हेलो 1 2 3 माई टेक्सटिंग हेलो 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 ओ मानी पे मैं हूँ
hello, testing. So Jirji, we can discuss questions if you have. नीचे से है. You have to press hard.
Really go back to the, when we are really talking of the Swatantrika Madhyamika and the Prasangika, the difference between the two, Geshe-la said that in the case of the Swatantrika Madhyamika, or rather in the case of the both, the truly existence is not there. Truly existence is not there. When he is talking about the Swatantrika Madhyamika, he says that they accept the self characteristics, they accept the objectivity, and they accept the independence. Whereas in the case of the Prasangika, there is 100% lack of objective existence. So what is the difference between true existence and the objective existence?
I mean, one way of understanding it would be the true existence as defined by Swatantrika Madhyamika, or in general we can say definition of Madhyamika is that proponents who negate true existence, right? So if we go to Madhyamika Avtara, I don't remember the page number, but maybe around 95-96, Lama Tsongkhapa gave a small write-up on Swatantrika Madhyamika before going into Prasangika. He says that there are some difficult points of Swatantrika Madhyamika. If you want to understand Prasangika, it's better to understand Swatantrika Madhyamika first. This is something like this, I don't remember the exact words, but this is what I can recollect, and then he describes what Swatantrika Madhyamika says. So if the kind of explanation of true existence from that is, if we think that anything can exist without the role of the mind, anything that can exist without the role of the mind, that is true existence. And where Geshe-la explains this, that Swatantrika Madhyamika says that in the ultimate domain, nothing exists. But at a conventional level, for the table to exist, 50% from the table, 50%, both mind and table need to be there. Since something is from the table, that is the self characteristics of the table. But for the table to exist, only the self characteristics of the table is not sufficient. There should be a mind to impute it. So if we see the definition of Swatantrika Madhyamika in tenets, it says the Madhyamikas, that means they negate true existence, who posit self characteristics at the conventional level. This is roughly the tenets text, I don't remember the exact words, but roughly I'm saying. So they are positing self characteristics at the conventional level. Means something should be there.
Yeah.
What Prasangika says, there is a valid basis. Swatantrika Madhyamika also says there is a valid basis.
Right.
But that valid basis is objectively there. 50% objectively.
In the case of the Prasangika.
Swatantrika Madhyamika. Prasangika says nothing is there from the object side. Everything is coming from imputation. So they negate 100% objectivity, and Swatantrika Madhyamika does not negate 100% objectivity. If we say that this table can exist without any role of the mind, then according to Swatantrika Madhyamika, this we are positing true existence. This, they say, has to be negated. Believing in true existence is a problem.
I thought that both are denying the true existence.
Both are denying
the true existence. Now the difference is that in the case of Swatantrika Madhyamika, they are accepting
Self-characteristics.
Self-characteristic, and the independent existence.
I won't say do they accept independent. I think
Yes.
Intrinsic. They accept intrinsic, not independent. Independent
Okay.
is very gross,
Okay, inherent you can put it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they independent, permanent, and ultimately. These three they will also negate.
They are negating this.
But they
no,
posit-
they are accepting this.
No,
Swatantrika
no,
Madhyamika.
Swatantrika, they said no. If we take for Prasangika, these six are synonymous. Permanent.
Yeah. For Prasangika, these
The
are
six,
also.
now take six.
Fully agreed.
Now take these six: permanent,
Yeah.
independent, ultimately,
Inherent. Yeah.
intrinsic,
Intrinsic.
objective.
Objective. They
So-
are all
synonymous.
synonymous. That is
For Swatantrika Madhyamika, both at the conventional and the ultimate, they will reject permanent, independent, and ultimate. If you ask Swatantrika Madhyamika, the table exists ultimately, they'll say no. Table exists independently, no. Table exists permanently, no. Does a table exist objectively? Yes. Does a table exist intrinsically? Yes. Inherently, yes. But not 100% intrinsically. Not 100% inherently. Not 100% objectively. They're saying not only from the object. There is something from the object and something from the mind.
Yeah.
Both. So moment you say there is something from the object, you are to some degree saying some degree of intrinsic, inherent,
Yeah.
objective, and the seventh label we can say is self-characteristics. From its own side. This is another translation. Lama Zopa teachings, Lama Zopa uses from its own side. Something.
So they are also further dividing the Swatantrika Madhyamika. Now, there are the people who are believing that there is externality exists.
Swatantrika Madhyamika?
Yeah, Swatantrika Madhyamika.
Swatantrika Madhyamika, there are two. Swatantrika Madhyamika is Yogacara Swatantrika Madhyamika
Yeah, and
Sautantrika Swatantrika Madhyamika.
That is right. So Sautantrika Madhyamika,
They
believe
posit
that
externality.
there's externality.
Right.
And the Yogacara,
Yogacara,
they
they
deny that,
Yeah.
but they posit that.
They posit that ultimately nothing exists. Conventionally, there is no externality. It is from the object. The object is in nature of the mind. But the imprints should be there.
Object is in the nature of the mind.
Imprint creates the object
Yes.
and the subject. Both are required. So
Yeah.
what's the question? You just revising what they're saying, or is there some question coming?
No. I'm still really to feel very convinced that in the case of the Swatantrika Madhyamika, there is something on which they posit.
They do.
Posit. So what is that?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
They define what is that.
They don't define that.
It's basically, I think, the debate that we've been having. If we talk about Prasangika, then we have to talk about how within 100% imputation, what is the difference between imaginary things and functional things? So if we say it's table is 100% imputed, then a lot of debates like, okay, I stop imputing, does a table stop existing? If all minds stop imputing, does a table stop existing? Things like this. If we walk away from the room, does a table exist? Right? These kind of, so that becomes a very subtle and profound point to account for 100% objectivity and within 100% subjectivity, and within 100% subjectivity, how things function, which is a very profound point, right? That mind literally, at least for me, it hangs. It's like I can understand what Geshe-la is saying, what books are saying, but experientially, the difference between imaginary
really,
and 100% imputed, I don't get it. I'm like, okay, if it's 100% imputed, why can't I stop it? Right? So there is something from the object which is existing from its own side. So if you take this position, there is some degree of objectivity, you're saying. And the other issue that happens with a lot of people who do not get emptiness correctly, this is my personal take, that we may feel, oh, it's like imagination. If I take that kind of stance and deeply start meditating like this, then at some stage I will disrespect the law of karma. It's bound to happen. Bound to happen.
Yeah.
Then it's much more dangerous to become a prasangika straight away. Then I feel personally, for my own comfort, I better stick to Swatantrika Madhyamika and say something is there. Positive karma is there from its own side, 50%. Yeah, I know. If I investigate, I'll not find it. So ultimately it's not there, but conventionally something is there. Valid basis is there. So that I feel maybe all these great masters at that time felt a great need. The disciples at that time, there was a big risk that they would start disrespecting law of karma. And then, Bodhisattva Shantarakshita, Acharya Kamalashila, these are all great beings, at that time. Bodhisattva Shantarakshita went and started, Buddhism in Tibet, right? So he was a great being, right? So I doubt that if we say Prasangika is the correct view, rest all your adhering, I doubt that he probably had the correct view, but for the benefit of other people, he advocated Swatantrika Madhyamika, right? And still there is so much of correction to the view that can happen, So that is my take on it. It's difficult to... Then the question that you're asking, I haven't found the answer. Maybe we can ask more teachers that, okay, 50% from the object. What is that 50% from the object? That is what you're asking. What? I never got the answer.
Because this is supposed to be subtler than the Chitmatra's view.
Chitmatra or Vaibhashika.
Chitmatra has all denied the externality.
Yeah.
They are really coming to the movements of the mind, the temporal movement, which is definitely subtler. So again, the Swatantrakas are going as if there is something outside and there is something inside. Yeah. So
No, it's a good point, and it's like, I take it that, okay, if we investigate, we'll not find it.
Yeah.
Since we investigate, in the ultimate, we don't find anything, then what are we left with? We have to agree to 100% subjectivity.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, within 100% subjectivity, it becomes confusing experientially to differentiate between, like, for example, right now, if you are able to recall your own dreams very vividly, I have no way to tell whether this is a dream or real. In my dreams, I have been in Tibet House, I have attended teachings. There are things that function very strangely in dreams. That is not happening right now. But then there are also dreams where things work normally also. So how do I differentiate? Now if I start believing this is dream-like and say I can do anything in my dream, then I'll disrespect law of karma, right?
Yeah, I think probably this the difference between the imagination and the imputation, the Geshe-la explained, which I remember, he said that in the case of the imagination, there is no law of karma working. There is no causality. And in the case of the imputation,
I think he said the infallible causality is not there, if I remember. You can still posit some causality, but not the infallible causality, right? And yes, and there is no sentient being's mind. For example, right now, I'm talking to you, and if I have a similar dream where we're having a discussion, in my dream, it's purely my imagination which is creating a Ajirji. That image, Ajirji, does not have a mind. Here you have a mind, right? So that's a big difference.
yeah.
But there in my dream, I would still see a Ajirji, and Ajirji has a mind. In my dream, I'll believe it because I don't know I'm dreaming. Right? So it becomes quite
I think,
complex to differentiate,
I think the moment you really put it, the word infallibility, I think that I really feel makes a sense. In the case of the imagination, also there are certain causes in the condition which are there. It is not that the dream has just dropped from the sky. I mean, I'm sleeping.
It seems random, but there is something going on.
There is. So infallibility, yes, I think it seems to make, because where there's the infallibility of the law of causality, there the functioning is taking place. But in the case of the dream,
In the case of dream,
There is no functionality.
it's not infallible, but still
There is a
strange thing. There is something happens.
Yeah,
something
exactly.
happens, right?
That
So, like for example, if I see something fearful, then fear arises, right? So there is an object which creates fear. So from there, I can say, yeah, the psychology part is working. That is also cause and effect.
yeah.
If I see a demon in real life, I get afraid. In dream also, I get afraid.
Get afraid.
Right?
Huh?
The object is the demon. The immediate preceding mind is there. And instead of the sense consciousness, it appears to me that I'm seeing in the dream, but it's purely mental consciousness. In real life, it's through the eye sense power that I get the data, That's the difference.
Yeah.
But in the dream, how do I know that it's not the eye sense power? That is one way to differentiate.
Yeah.
Right?
Because yes, I think there also the cause and effect is really taking place. कई बार जो है, when one is really feeling very frightened in the dream, even if you lose that and you come in the waking state, that continues. I mean, the fear is
the
continuing.
heartbeat is still.
Yeah,
You,
fear is
if it's not so cold, you're sweating.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's also the moment you're going to close your eyes, it will start again. That fear is there.
Yeah. So I think maybe what does actually functioning means in that case?
No, so
What does
so this is something Geshe has asked so many times, right? How do you know that you're not dreaming right now? So then, like he mentioned, right? I don't know if you've seen a movie. There's a very famous movie, a Hollywood movie, which came, Inception. So it's a very beautiful movie about these people who can have joint dreams. So their job is to go into somebody's dream and plant an idea. And they are expert dreamers, and they know they're dreaming. So they're in full control. So they use totem or something. So for example, in my dream, I can use this book if I familiarize myself. The concept is there. That if I throw this, it comes down. But in the dream, if I throw this, it may keep going up. You see the causality difference? Right? So every person has one object, which if they're not sure, they will do something to the object. In real life, it will function in a certain way. In dream, it will function in a different way. They've trained themselves. So they use that sometimes when they themselves feel, am I awake or am I dreaming? Then they use that object. So Geshe had mentioned once that we can, if we are not sure, we can try things which normally do not function the way it works in real life. Like for example, there's gravity, then this should come down. But if it keeps going up, and if I'm aware, the problem is in the dream I'll throw this and it'll keep going up, and I'll see, this is the way it's okay. Not even for a split second, I get this thought, this is incorrect causality, so this must be dream. Right? If I train myself, then this is one way of figuring it out. Right? Trying to lift something which my body does not allow, and in the dream I'm able to very easily lift with one finger. Normally with my full strength also I may not be able to lift it. Things like that, anything. So that is what is infallible causality.
Yeah, that is right. In fact, I don't know how this can be related. Like I remember Mingir Rinpoche telling that in case you are aware in your dream that you are dreaming, he said that you do whatever you can't really do in the normal state. He said that you go up to the sky, fly. He said that the huge cliff, you fall down, nothing happens. That is one. Second is that, but another way of really putting it, I still remember there was a psychologist. He came and he gave a talk here. He said that if one is really aware in the dream state that he is dreaming, without getting out of that, he said that use that energy to do whatever you really want to do. If you are a painter, he said that you start painting. If you are an artist, you start, if you are a musician, start playing. If you are a poet, start writing. You know? And he said that will really give you a kind of energy when you are really awaking it.
Yeah, I agree.
Remember that.
I agree. Yeah.
So
Anyway, yeah.
anyway, I think when we are really talking of the philosophy, still I'm not.
No, this is a difficult point. Yeah.
So,
No, this is a difficult point.
definitely I can say that yes.
No, but if it was like, I think best is to read again and again, and that is what I have.
Yeah.
When I get more time, I don't have time these days, but when I have time, then I like to read at least. I forgot a book. It's by Daniel Lopez. He's a famous translator. He's assistant to either Jeffrey Hopkins, or he's written some translation for his Daniel Lopez. So he has a book on Swatantrika Madhyamika. I borrowed it from library.
Okay.
It was out of print. I could not buy it at that time. I don't know if it's in. I forgot the name of the book, but that's one of the few books available in English on Swatantrika Madhyamika. And there's one which is Reflections of Reality by Jeffrey Hopkins. That's on Chittamatra. And then Leshin Ingpo, Essence of True Eloquence by Lama Tsongkhapa. Or I think the Leshin Ingpo, I'm not sure, but Lama Tsongkhapa has a collection which is volume 1, 2, 3. And in one it's Chittamatra, in volume 2 it's Swatantrika Madhyamika, and volume 3 is Prasangika. So I don't remember the name. Either it's Leshin Ingpo or some other collection, you know. And then this Madhyamika Avtara, 95, 96 page, View of the Ultimate Reality. Then, so these are the books. And then I've not, Tarkujwala, which is by Acharya Bhava Viveka, if I'm not mistaken, which is the tenets as presented by Acharya Bhava Viveka, Blaze of Reasoning. So that if Acharya Bhava Viveka was one of the progenitors of Swatantrika Madhyamika, then he writing a tenet there. So these are the books I can think of, and then maybe we can ask other people. Naresh, he is very well read. He can suggest more books, because this is a very subtle point you're asking. A lot of people will not be clear for many years. Even if it's clear, it's difficult to explain. Right? It's a difficult.
To convince the other.
Yeah. So anyway, so you have any?
One is really reading the
Mike, Ashuji.
One is really reading the Prasangika. To me, it really appears sometimes it's more like imposing their views, and it's very difficult then on each of the points what the others have really put forth. So I think understanding the Chittamatra and Swatantrika Madhyamika, their logic and their reason seems very essential.
No, I agree. Hello, Joya ji. Any other question, Ajay ji?
अभी तो not really.
So maybe Ajirji, maybe if we can think of question, otherwise we can just spend some time reading. Will that be okay? If you have questions, we can discuss.
Yeah, we can do that. One question which was really coming in my mind.
Mike Ajirji.
There are three conditions which Geshe-la mentioned. One is the
Unwavering condition.
unwavering condition, which essentially means the cause. And the second is he mentioned the impermanence. And third he mentioned is the
Potentiality.
Potentiality.
Or concomitancy.
Yeah, concomitancy. Now I was really thinking that when we're really talking of the cause, isn't it the potentiality?
Satullah, if you can give one mic to Joyaji. Okay. Yeah.
You are the seed man. So when we're really talking of the cause, and then the impermanence, and then the potentiality. When we're really talking of the cause, isn't it the potentiality inbuilt in the cause itself?
Not really. The first one, I believe, was there were traditions. Either Charvakas, they would talk about randomness, or there were traditions which spoke about the creator being, creator God. So if they say, oh, this table is created by a creator, so the first one is unwavering condition. No, there is a cause to it. Then, or for example, mango fruit, mango fruit, it's random, no cause, or mango fruit came from a cause, that's for sure. Now mango fruit came from so many causes, not one. Sunlight, fertilizer, soil, water, everything. The third point, which is the potentiality, then we are talking about as far as I understand, the substantial cause. But I'm not sure that can we say for sure pervasion that is a substantial. Potentiality means that the mango seed will create a mango fruit. First one is a very generality that no, it cannot be causeless. If it's impermanent, there has to be a cause. It is not a creator, or it's not randomness. So first one is a generality. The third point is more narrow, that there is a specific for specific. Unwavering is also one of my understanding. Again, my understanding, we can ask Geshe-la, is that when all causes and conditions gather, that's why this word unwavering. The result is bound to arise. Not only substantial, but the cooperative. Everything is there. If there is the mic, moment the mic is placed and my eye comes in contact, the object condition is there. Immediately preceding mind is there. I have sense power. I'm not blind. All these three are there. My consciousness, eye consciousness, cognizing a mic arises. So all this is there, it becomes unwavering. Right? Mic, Joyaji, we're live streaming. Beach mein hai, center mein.
So if you could just put that
Little closer to your...
If you could put that without referring to the actual eye conscious, that particular example. So what is that unwavering condition?
It is not one. Unwavering condition means should be a cause. That is one understanding. There should be a cause. It cannot be causeless. It cannot be random. There should be a cause. And if it is a cause, the cause should be impermanent. If you make cause to be permanent, it doesn't make to be a cause. Right? It's contradictory. Cause means there should be a result. That is, see, point is that when these Nalanda text or any other sutras also, they're very condensed, right? So the first point is written unwavering condition. This is one of the ways I understand it, right? This is also, but then we can ask this question or read more commentaries. This is one way I can understand it. Second one, it should be impermanent. You cannot have a cause which will not change. So that becomes necessary, that if you posit a cause, again you can say the second one, oh, it's a permanent creator. Right? There were traditions which would say there's a permanent creator. So the creator, how can a creator be a creator yet be permanent? That's a contradiction, that if there's a creator, isn't he or she affected by the creation? I created it. Right? That makes it...
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
Let's take an example. Let's see, as you said, the mango seed to mango tree. Now the mango seed is the potential. From this, only this mango seed is the potential to give rise to the mango tree and the mango fruit. It has no potential to give rise to banana or something else. And this mango seed, it has to be impermanent because it is not really permanent. Right? And now when we are really talking of unwavering condition, does it refer to all other cooperative conditions? All other...
I would say yes. That is what I'm saying. Because that in the 16 aspects of the Four Noble Truths, specifically the cause of the suffering, there are 4 aspects. Right? And it's a very similar presentation there. There is a cause of suffering. It's not something somebody is creating. And there's an aspect of conditionality which says that there's not one cause, there are many causes.
Yeah, that's right.
So in the unwavering condition, I would say but that is something we can reconfirm some.
So it's unwavering to the extent that
immediately, one connotation is like immediate, the result will arise.
Yeah, exactly. There is no cause which gets dropped. Let us say in case it's a flowering.
If all the conditions are there, then the mango seed is bound to give rise to a mango shoot to tree, and then eventually to mango fruit, and another mango fruit. So that chain will happen.
And that's a multiple.
Yeah. So and from our experience we know, like anything that we take, we cannot say it's only one cause. Right? This is another level of ignorance that sometimes, I can check within myself. Right? Any kind of problem that happens, we narrow ourselves. Right?
Yeah, that is right.
Somebody said something, he said like this, she said like this, but we're not seeing our own behavior, what made the other person say that. Or we're not saying, okay, they said it because their parents taught them to say like this when they were young. That's also a cause for them to say like that. Right? Even if they're talking to me in English, there was somebody who taught them English. That is also a cause. Right? To be, even the food that they ate, because of the food they have energy to speak. If for last 7 days they did not eat, they can't even speak. They can't even stand. So that food is also a cause. So if we start thinking like that, there are so many causes for anything.
Cause is more kind of inclusive, is a multiplicity. And when we are really talking...
and I'm qualifying, that's my understanding. We can reconfirm with Geshe-la or listen to the record, because this presentation of 3 points by Arya Sangha have been covered many, many times. In Madhyamika Avtara, in retreats, in open classes. So we can check again and again. Even, many diploma classes. Then in general also he's covered that. So I rather look at my notes or listen to it again before asking Geshe-la,
So can I ask?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a small
because
group.
he said Arya Asanga beautifully put these together as unwavering, impermanent and potentiality, the 3 conditions. Now, Arya Asanga was Nalanda?
Aryan Asanga is considered 17 Nalanda masters.
Is one of them. Asanga.
Yeah, Arya Asanga.
Okay, so I see. So he comes like 4th century or something. This was before...
Arya Sangha...
What is the relation to Nagarjuna and others?
No, Arya Sangha was before Acharya Chandrakirti. Acharya Chandrakirti ji was like 6th, 7th century. And 1st century is Arya Nagarjuna. So somewhere in between. 2nd or 3rd, I'm not sure.
I think it may be slightly later even.
4th or 5th maybe.
Asanga, 4th.
Yeah. Arya Sangha was the elder half brother to
Vasubandhu.
Acharya Vasubandhu.
But what is the explanation that he has given of the unwavering condition?
These are the 3 conditions applicable to all composite phenomena.
Yeah.
Must have respective causes. Because this exists, that exists. The cause must be impermanent. If permanent, the result can't happen.
Yeah. I would
3?
say it includes, Ajirji.
So it's under rejecting production from permanent causes.
Yeah. Okay.
Why? I just wanted to ask a question. In the Rice Seedling Sutra, when Geshe Thapkila gave it, and our Geshe-la was translating, these 3 conditions didn't come up. When it's all about cause and effect and the 12 links.
No,
and everything.
not necessarily. I mean, when will Geshe Thapkila, the time was so limited. He was just going through.
2 days.
Yeah, I can go back to notes, at that time. But sometimes teachers don't mention it, sometimes they mention it,
Because I don't know if this should be said online, but in fact in Chokhor Sumling, which is now on YouTube, Geshe-la spoke on the Rice Seedling Sutra for 5 days or 4 days.
We have also Rice Seedling Sutra at Deer Park. It was about 10-12 days.
Is it?
Yeah, the whole Rice Seedling Sutra.
I went for that.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. In that he spoke extensively. Here he's spoken many times. So I never thought like this the way Ajirji asked, that can we say unwavering conditions is everything? That's my take is yes. But then but there should be some authority, some text, some explanation to conclusively say yes, this is the way it is. It should not be your opinion, personal opinion.
Because Geshe-la says in the last class that the 3 conditions pertaining to the Salistamba Sutra, the Rice Seedling, basic teaching. Whoever sees dependent origination sees the Dharma, whoever sees the Dharma sees the Buddha. That's the same, under the same heading. Why is it, can I ask a question again? I don't know if this is appropriate on this forum. Which is, I actually, looking for these 3 causes, these 3 conditions, I went to the Pali Sutras. And there's so many, and so many funny translations also. And then I also got 84,000, which is the one Geshe-la, which was the one we referred to for Geshe Thapkila. But it's always attributes these things to some sage called Asija or something like that, who Shariputra meets before he has met the Buddha. And when he sees him, his face is so illumined, and he says, "Who are you? Who is your teacher? And what does he teach?" Then he says, because this exists, that exists, etc. And then Shariputra gets an epiphany, and he starts glowing, and then he has a pact with Moggallana. This Geshe-la has also said. He has a pact with Moggallana that anything we get, if we get anything about enlightenment, we should share it. So he runs to Moggallana and said, "I've seen a person who says there's a teacher who says this." And seeing his face, then Moggallana also gets influenced, and both of them go and fall at the feet of the Buddha and take refuge. But why is it in this Salistamba Sutra that we study? It's called a Noble Mahayana Sutra. It attributes all these things to Maitreya. I haven't understood this.
No, but it doesn't mean, like, for example, that would be the only Rice Seedling Sutra, right? Buddha may have given teachings on the rice seedling many times. I'm just saying, rice was like, paddy was a common crop. So it could be that there are 2 different stories, and you're trying to associate the 2. And this is more like a history question, right? So that somebody who has studied history should answer it. It becomes...
but history can only be studied through the references.
I understand.
So which is the Asanga work that actually brings this forward?
He mentioned the text not on Sunday, but before that, I'm forgetting.
Oh,
Uh,
we can ask him
you know,
later.
most likely it would be Abhidharma Samuchaya, most likely, but I'm not sure.
I think
Mike, Ajiji, Mike.
Yeah, Jaji, the story. Yeah. The story that you're saying, if you go to Rajgir or Nalanda, the village of Shariputra is still there. Okay? And they say that he was a monk, the Hindu monk, and he has many followers. So once when this Buddhist monk was going, as you were saying, his face was glowing, and then he asked that who is teacher. So he said that my Buddha. Then what does it teach? So he in fact told, He dharma hetu pravaha hetun teshincha. And he said that it's so profound. And then he called his friend Mogliana also, that look at how profound. Then both they came. So I think the primary meeting of Shariputra with this monk was based on this, not on the rice settling sutra. Yeah, He dharma hetu pravaha hetun teshincha. I mean, this was the reply given, but then it became like a sutra, and now it's recited by everyone.
And of course, Asanga was a follower or seeker after Maitreya. 12 years,
Arya Sangha
12 years
was
in
12
retreat,
years, yeah.
hunting for him.
Yeah. Okay, so I think if we have more questions, or because we have one more hour, maybe we can read something before the class. Class begins at 5:30. 1 hour.
I think Dipesh, you may be able to put it better, just to bring more clarity. Today's Buddhist teachers all telling that there's a relationship between what has been propounded by great Nalanda master and the quantum physics. Okay? Can you just put how this framework is really put it? And they really quote the different, I still remember when the question was put to as why the water should fall. This is in the 2nd or 3rd century, written in the scriptures. Why the water falls down? So the reply given was that there's the pull of the earth. It's like saying that there's a gravitation, the pull. So now really trying to find out some of the genesis of the present scientific findings in the Buddhist. And today everyone is really talking about the relationship between some of the Buddhist concepts and the quantum physics. Can you just put it in some kind of framework that yes, I think this is what it's really reaching?
So I think from the quantum model, I'm not too sure how your example gravity will fit in, because there are many theories that is different, right?
Yeah.
So from quantum physics perspective, they would say that if you investigate, you'll not find it, right? The object. Now there are people who mention, oh, this is what exactly Arya Nagarjuna said, right? But His Holiness oftentimes says that what quantum physicists talk about is like Chittamatra point of view.
Can you just put very briefly
The quantum point of view.
exactly what is this quantum physics and
Yeah.
what is the present state of understanding of the quantum physics?
So I'm not an expert. Whatever basic reading I've done is what would be a simple example? So there are very strange things that happen in quantum physics, you know. For example, in one of the Mind Life, you know, one of the quantum scientists was asked, what is an electron? Right? So they say we do measurements, it should have a certain mass. There are three things. Electron should, any subatomic particle, we measure mass, we measure the spin, and we measure the charge. These are the three things we measure. And then we classify if it's an electron, is a positron, it's a quark, whatever the classification. So per se, they don't observe the electron directly like we observe the table. Right? It's inferred, number one. So on investigation, they're not finding things, you know, and then the subatomic particles also have this feature that they can behave like a particle and energy, depends on how you observe them. So from this, scientists conclude that from the object it's not there, it's the mode of observation which makes us label its electron, whether it's a positron. So you see a similarity, Ajirji? That, okay, based on my observation, I'm saying this is electron. The electron itself is not saying it's electron. So from the object they say it's not there. How you observe it, it depends. Now, at a surface level, it sounds like a Prasangika point of view. But His Holiness in many of his talks often says this quantum level is close to Chittamatra. So we have to reflect. And sometimes when I read, I initially thought, why does he say that, you know? So to me, obviously, if His Holiness, we had an opportunity to attend his teaching and we could ask this question, because he sometimes in the last talk at Tushita Columbus, St. Columbus, he jokingly says that I have to interact with quantum physics. And sometimes I feel I know more than them now. He was jokingly saying. Because he's attended last more than 3 decades he's been talking to scientists, right? And he has such a sharp mind. He's picked up more concepts than them, right? So if we had the opportunity, then maybe we can ask him, His Holiness, why do you say it's more Chittamatra? I feel because the observer is not investigated, right? So the observer is saying, okay, it's electron. So they are leaving the observer as it is without investigating whether the observer is there or not, right? So Chittamatra is also very similar. I have a mind and my mind observes everything. So my mind exists truly. Rest all is manifestation of the mind. Yeah. So I see a similarity. But I've seen initially when I started reading, I also thought it's very close what Prasangika and quantum physicists say. You know, there are some Buddhist portals and websites where there was recent, few weeks back only, there were some people circulating saying that, oh, scientists are all saying there's no objective reality. So it's same as Prasangika. You know, I received some forwards and things like that. So I'm not sure, like, I did not have time to go through the complete detail from the website. This was a video interview. So if you talk to the scientist, how they see it, you have to question them skillfully and say, okay, but the observer is there. So if the observer is there, and you are saying the object is not there, it's very similar to Chittamatra then. But not in the sense of no externality, only internal, not in that sense. If you posit subject and object, the appearance of the object is just an extension of the subject. It's mind's extension. Like dream is created by the mind. You can interpret like there's no externality in dream. So this is very similar. Like, so often people say, oh, electron is this, but if you, even the quantum level physicist, like in one of the books I read for Mind and Life, I forgot which one, most probably, I don't remember it. I read 3-4 books only, not many. In one of the books, His Holiness is asking, or somebody is asking this quantum physicist, what is an electron according to you? How do you figure it out that this is electron? They say we check three things. So this is like a Nobel laureate person saying three things. Mass, how do you don't see mass? There is an instrument to detect the mass.
Yeah.
There's an instrument to detect spin. There's an instrument to detect charge. They get all that data, and then they say at this place we found this particle. And then it's based on probabilities. That's another thing. So there's a probability for, if this is the nucleus, the electron to be here. They're not saying there's exactly there. So it's not like the object. Again, probabilities is calculation inference. So again, the role of the subject. So mathematics. So it's like very strange things happen at quantum level. Very strange things. The particle can be present at two places at the same time. Probabilities, things like that. Quantum entanglement they talk about. So I asked Geshe-la once the question about quantum entanglement. I'm still not clear. But Geshe-la gave an answer. I have to ask again. So quantum entanglement, there are funny things where, there are two particles quite a distance, they're quite distant, they get entangled. So you change the spin of one particle, instantly the other spin changes. There's no connection between the two. Apparently there's no connection. So it seems the causality is not followed. And this was my question that I asked Geshe-la, that you're affecting one particle, how is that it is affecting the other particle? Geshe-la said that's an inference they're doing. It may not be a correct inference, something like that. But reality is that you touch one particle spin, it affects the other particle. That's a reality. They've done these experiments many times conclusively. So if you just Google quantum entanglement, you'll find simple explanation for it. So those are things which probably, if we can bring in the role of the subject, then can be explained quite nicely. But from the object, you can't explain it. At this stage, I would say.
I think, I don't know when it is said that it is Chit Matra. Now, there's a very well accepted phrase, they call it the observer's effect. Okay, so who is that observer? It's really the mind.
Yeah, but the quantum physicists do not investigate the observer.
No,
but
no, I'm
in
not saying
Chitamatra, in philosophy, where we are studying, is the first person. Our primary
right.
focus is the observer.
No, that is right. So what I'm saying is that when His Holiness is saying, it's a purely, a kind of hypothesis that really putting, ultimately for the Chitmata, it's all in the mind. It's only the experience of the mind. It's only the projection of the mind.
True.
Okay, so the scientists are now using the expression which is really called the observer's effect.
The observer effect is a different phenomena where they say that the very fact that you observe something, you alter it.
Yeah.
So in quantum physics, they say that, let's say a certain, whatever your measurement is 100, let's say, or a simple experiment, Ajivji. Let's say you have a water and you put it on the gas, right?
Okay.
And you dip a thermometer and you take the thermometer out to check the temperature.
Yeah.
Did few particles of the water stick to the thermometer?
Yeah.
So the very fact of observation, particles got stuck and the thermometer had a certain temperature much lower than the boiling water. Agreed? So when you put a colder thing in the boiling water, there's a certain drop of the temperature.
Yeah.
It may be extremely small. Maybe extremely small. So the very fact of observing the temperature of putting a thermometer in the boiling water is altering the temperature of that water. Do you agree?
Yeah.
So this is in very simple terms observer effect. The fact that somebody observes alters the reality. This I don't think so Chittamatra is saying.
Okay, that's a...
So not at the Chittamatra may be saying that there is a change of reality at the subject level. If I see the table, then it affects my consciousness. That's fine. Does it affect the table? Right? Yeah, Joaji.
Does this observer effect you're talking about come from the Heisenberg principle? The Heisenberg first.
Heisenberg principle, I think, I don't know, I know only one is
But
Heisenberg principle of.
changes the behavior of the particle.
I think Heisenberg's principle is uncertainty.
Uncertainty principle.
Yeah, I'm not sure if observer who hypothesized this observer effect. I forgot. I used to read a lot, but for the last 4-5 years, all this is.
And second is really talking of the spin. This one particle, the spin getting affected. In fact, I don't know. There's a beautiful. It used to be one beautiful article. They say that if you are a musician and you are playing on the sitar, and if there is another sitar in the same room somewhere, you keep on playing and playing and playing. They say that ultimately that sitar which is there in the room then also starts responding.
I mean, that's still too much. One, that, and second, it's at a gross level. This is really subatomic level. The gross level reality is not touched by the quantum physics. That's only at the subatomic level.
I'm only drawing the analogy.
Analogy, yeah, got it.
Only drawing the analogy.
Yeah, possible.
If this can happen to the gross at the subtle level,
Yeah.
maybe, I don't know. I'm just.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'd like to propose that we can wrap up early. Yeah. Okay, Ajiji.
May I have questions? No.
Okay, quick dedication.
Yeah. You know this place called the Aranya Vihar?
Yes, I've heard it.
the refuge field, bodhicitta field, and the purpose of our practice. We'll visualize then, keeping in mind both the object of our visualization and the quality with which we visualize it. Start by visualizing the refuge field. Buddha Shakyamuni, Arya Nagarjuna, Arya Dev, all the 17 Alananda masters, including Bodhisattva Shantideva, the author of our text, Lama Tsongkhapa, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Imagine them in the sky in front of you. And just visualize that they are like your very loving, kind parents who are looking directly into your eyes with so much love, affection, and care. And you feel so reassured that all these great enlightened beings are there to support you on every step of your journey to Buddhahood. Visualize the bodhicitta field, starting with your kind parents on either side of you. All your near and dear ones, the neutral beings, and especially not leaving aside the difficult beings, the so-called enemies. Imagine that you are surrounded by the beings of all the 6 realms of samsara. And here you are leading each one of them in this practice and looking into the eyes of everyone with immense love, kindness, compassion. And they feel so reassured knowing that you are helping them on this journey to their complete happiness. And now reflecting on the third point of our motivation, the purpose of our practice is to manifest the Buddha nature, which is the seed of perfection, of our ultimate happiness. And this seed which is inside each and every one of us, inside every sentient being. But this diamond-like Buddha nature, which is endowed with infinite love, infinite compassion, and infinite power, is not shining through right now because it is obscured by various mental defilements, such as the gross mental defilements called afflictive obscurations, composed of contaminated karmas, afflictions, and the active and their corresponding active seeds. And these subtle smell-like latencies of the afflictive obscurations, known as the cognitive obscurations, which prevent us from cognizing all phenomena simultaneously and manifest in the form of very subtle self-centered attitude. So knowing that the remedy to remove all these mental obscurations is the wisdom of emptiness, fueled by the unconditional love of bodhicitta that wishes to become a Buddha for the sake of all sentient beings. And this bodhicitta is grounded upon renunciation, great compassion, and supported by various samadhis. So we make the aspiration that through our coming together for study, reflection, and meditation, may we remove all our mental obscurations by generating the wisdom of emptiness and the unconditional love of bodhicitta, and become completely awake and bring all sentient beings also to their state of perfect happiness. With this very noble motivation, we will start reciting from page 3 of the Blaze of Non-Dual Bodhicittas, keeping in mind the meanings as well as the corresponding experiences. We try to evoke those. Enthused by great compassion, you taught the immaculate Dharma to dispel all perverted views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. Enthused by great compassion, you taught the immaculate Dharma to dispel all perverted views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. Enthused by great compassion, you taught the immaculate Dharma to dispel all perverted views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. Ghangi tungse nersong ne tawa thamche pangpe chir dhampe choni tonze pe Gautam dela chakselo. Independent origination, there is no ceasing, no arising, no annihilation, no permanence, no coming, no going, no separateness and no sameness. I prostrate to the consummate Buddha, the supreme among all teachers, the one who taught this peace which is freed of elaborations. Ghangi tenching delwar jung gakpa me pa khe me pa chepa me pa tak me pa owa me pa dro me pa thatte don min don chik min tropa nirshi shiten pa zokpe sangye ma nam ki dhampa dhela chakselo. I prostrate to the mothers of the hearers, the bodhisattvas and the Buddhas, who through the knowledge of all leads hearers seeking pacification to complete peace, who through the knowledge of paths causes those helping migrators to achieve the aims of the world, and who through the possession of omniscience helps subduers expound a variety of teachings. Nyantha Shiva Solnam Kunche Niki Nishse Trize Ghaye Dhang Drola Pen Parje Nam Lamshe Niki Jikten Don Drup Zepa Gang Gang Dak Yang Dak Dhenpe Thub Nam Nampa Kunden Natsok Di Songpa Nyantha Jangjup Sempe Sokche Sange Kini Yumdela Chakselo. The one who has transformed into the reliable guide, motivated by altruism to benefit sentient beings, the teacher, Sugata and protector, to you I make prostrations. The same Argyurpa Drola Penshepa Tonpa Deshe Kyobla Chakselo. The one who has eliminated the web of conceptualizations and is endowed with the divine bodies of the vast and the profound, who eternally shines forth the forever noble light rays. To you, the Buddha, I make prostrations. Tokpe Drave Nam Selching Zapche Kinche Kunawa Kuntu Zangpo Ozerdang Kune Trola Chakselo. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. By my accumulations of the practice of giving and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. By my accumulations of the practice of giving and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. By my accumulations of the practice of giving and so forth, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. Sangye Chodang Sogi Chognam La Jangjo Bardo Dhagne Kyapso Chi Dhage Jinso Gepe Soknam Ki Drola Pencher Sangye Druparsho. Sangye Chodang Sogi Chognam La Jangjo Bardo Dhagne Kyapso Chi Dhage Jinso Gepe Sognam Ki Drola Pencher Sangye Druparsho. Sangye Chodang Sogi Chognam La Jangjo Bardo Dhagne Chi Dhage Jinso Gepe Sognam Ki Drola Pencher Sangye Druparsho. Inspired by wisdom and compassion, today in the Buddha's presence, I generate the mind of full awakening for the benefit of all sentient beings. Om Ye Dharma हेतु प्रभव हेतुं तेषां तथागतो ह्यवदत् तेषां च यो निरोधा एवं वादी महाश्रमणये स्वाहा ॐ ये धर्मा हेतु प्रभव हेतुं तेषां तथागतो ह्यवदत् तेषां च यो निरोधा एवं वादी महाश्रमणये स्वाहा ॐ ये धर्मा हेतु प्रभव हेतुं तेषां तथागतो ह्यवदत् तेषां च यो निरोधा एवं वादी महाश्रमणये स्वाहा All phenomena arise from causes. The causes are taught by the Tathagata. The cessation of the causes as well is taught by the great seer. Profound, peaceful, elaboration-free, clear light and non-composite, such is the nectar-like dharma I have discovered. Finding no one to fathom this teaching, in silence I will retire into the woods. Sapshi trodel ozel dumaje, dutsi tabu choshe kuone, sula shekyango armino pe, mima naggi naksone parjha. Beyond utterance, thought and expression is the perfection of wisdom, which is unborn, unceased, and has the nature of space. It is the object of apprehension of self-realized wisdom. To you, the mother of Buddhas of the 3 times, I pay obeisance. Masam jome shara parol chin, make mingag namkai nooni, so rangre geshe cho yulpa, diusum gelwe yumla chakselo. The Guru is the Buddha, the Guru is the Dharma, likewise the Guru is the Sangha. The Guru is the source of everything wholesome. I go for refuge in the Guru. Lama Sanghe Lama Ch Deshin Lama Gendunte Kungi Jepo Lama Yen Lama Namla Chakselo. By the sound of the vibrant drum of Dharma, please liberate all beings of miseries. I beseech you to kindly remain and give teachings until the end of the expanse of billions of aeons. Chana Chenpo Drayini Semchen Duniel Thargi Ching Kelpa Jeva Samye Su Chotun Se Shiksu Soul. The Buddha does not wash the negativities of beings, nor does he remove their miseries by his hands. His spiritual realizations are not transferred to them. It is by teaching the truth of suchness that beings are liberated. Thubnam Dikpa Choyi Mitru Shing Drove Duniel Chagi Misella Niki Tokpa Shenla Pomente Choni Denpe Tenpe Drolwar Gyur. With folded hands, I beseech the Buddhas of all directions to shine the light of Dharma for all bewildered in misery's gloom. Chognam Kungi Sangela Thelmo Jarte Solvai Semchen Dunyal Muntun La Chogi Drome Parthu Soul. If you're attached to this life, you're not a spiritual practitioner. If you're attached to samsara, you have no renunciation. If you're attached to your own self-interest, you have no bodhicitta. If there is grasping, you do not have the view. Siddhi lashenna chopamin, korwa lashenna nejungmin, rangdon lashenna jangsemin, zinpa jungna tawamin. Please turn to page 14. Praise to Shakyamuni Buddha. To the founder, the endowed transcendent destroyer, the one gone beyond, the foe destroyer, the completely perfected, fully awakened being, perfect in knowledge and in good conduct, Sugata, knower of the world, supreme guide of human beings to be tamed, teacher of gods and human beings, you, the completely and fully awakened one, the endowed transcendent destroyer, the glorious conqueror, the subduer from the Shakya clan, I prostrate, make offerings, and go for refuge. When, O supreme amongst humans, you were born on this earth, you paced out 7 strides, then said, I am supreme in this world. To you who were wise then, I prostrate. With pure bodies, form supremely pure, wisdom ocean like a golden mountain, fame that blazes in the 3 worlds, winner of lords, Lord, to you I prostrate. With the supreme signs, face like a spotless moon, color like gold, to you I prostrate. Dust-free like you, the 3 worlds are not, incomparable wise one, to you I prostrate. The Savior having great compassion, the Founder having all understanding, healed of merit with qualities like a vast ocean, to you the Tathagata I prostrate. The purity that frees one from attachment, the virtue that frees one from the lower realms, the one path, the sublime pure reality, to the dharma that pacifies I prostrate. Those who are liberated and also show the path to liberation, the holy field qualified with realizations, who are devoted to the moral precepts, to you the Sangha I prostrate. Do not commit any non-virtuous actions, perform only perfect virtuous actions, subdue your mind thoroughly. This is the teaching of the Buddha. A star, a visual aberration, a flame of a lamp, an illusion, a drop of dew or a bubble, a dream, a flash of lightning, a cloud. See conditioned things as such. Through these merits may sentient beings attain the rank of all-seeing, subdue the foe of false, and be delivered from samsara's ocean, perturbed by the waves of aging, sickness, and death. Please turn to page 31 for the Heart Sutra mantra. Tayatha Om Gate Gate Paragate Parasangate Bodhi Swaha. 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 Please turn to the next page, page 32, 8 verses of mind training by Geshe Langri Thakpa. With a determination to achieve the highest aim for the benefit of all sentient beings, which surpasses even the wish-fulfilling gem, may I hold them dear at all times. Whenever I interact with someone, may I view myself as the lowest amongst all, and from the very depths of my heart, respectfully hold others In all my deeds may I probe into my mind, and as soon as mental and emotional afflictions arise, as they endanger myself and others, may I strongly confront them and avert them. When I see beings of unpleasant character oppressed by strong negativity and suffering, may I hold them dear, for they are rare to find, as if I have discovered a jeweled treasure. When others out of jealousy treat me wrongly with abuse, slander and scorn, may I take upon myself the defeat and offer to others the victory. When someone whom I have helped or in whom I have placed great hopes mistreats me in extremely hurtful ways, may I regard him still as my precious teacher. In brief, may I offer benefit and joy to all my mothers, both directly and indirectly. May I quietly take upon myself all hurts and pains of my mothers. May all this remain undefiled by the stains of the 8 mundane concerns, and may I, recognizing all things as illusions, clinging, be released from bondage. From my 2 collections, vast space that I have amassed, from working with great effort at this practice for a great length of time, may I become the chief leading Buddha for all those whose mind's wisdom eye is blinded by ignorance. Please turn to page 73. The 3 principal aspects of the path by Lama Tsongkhapa. I bow down to the Venerable Lamas. As well as I am able, I will explain the essence of all the teachings of the conqueror, the path praised by the conqueror's children, the entrance for those who desire liberation. Listen with a clear mind, you fortunate ones, who are not attached to the joys of cyclic existence. Strive to make good use of leisure and opportunity, and direct your minds to the path that pleases the Buddha. Without pure renunciation, an end to attraction for the pleasures of cyclic existence is unattainable. The craving for existence also binds beings. Thus, from the outset, seek renunciation. Reverse attraction to this life by reflecting on how leisure and opportunity are difficult to find, and how life is ephemeral and without span. Reverse attraction to future lives by repeatedly thinking of the infallibility of karma and its effects, and the miseries of samsara. Contemplating thus, when for an instant you do not admire the splendors of cyclic existence and remain intent on liberation day and night, renunciation is born in you then. Renunciation, if not tempered by a pure mind of bodhicitta, however, does not bring forth the perfect bliss of unsurpassed enlightenment. Therefore, the wise ones generate the excellent mind of bodhicitta. Swept up in the current of the 4 powerful rivers, tied by the strong bonds of karma, so hard to undo, caught in the iron net of self-grasping, completely enveloped by the darkness of ignorance, born and reborn in boundless cyclic existence, ceaselessly tormented by the 3 miseries, thinking of your mothers in this condition, generate the supreme mind of bodhicitta. Although you train in renunciation and the mind of bodhicitta, without wisdom that realizes the ultimate reality, you cannot cut the root of cyclic existence. Therefore, strive to understand dependent arising. One who sees the infallible cause and effect of all phenomena in samsara and nirvana, and destroys all focuses of apprehension, has entered the path which pleases the Buddha. Appearances are infallible dependent arising. Emptiness is the understanding that is free of assertions. As long as these 2 are seen as distinct, you have not yet realized the intent of the Buddha. When these 2 realizations are concurrent, where the mere sight of infallible dependent origination concurrently destroys all modes of grasping through definite discernment, at that time the analysis of the profound view is perfected. Furthermore, appearances refute the extreme of existence. Emptiness refutes the extreme of non-existence. When you understand that emptiness arises in the form of cause and effect, You are not captivated by the view of extremes. O my child, once you have thus realized the points of the three principal paths, seek solitude and cultivate strong determination and quickly reach the final goal. Now we will read from our root text, the chapter 9, Perfection of Wisdom, from the Bodhicharya Avatara by Bodhisattva Shantideva. Please turn to page 32 of the root text. We'll read from verse 77, which comes under the heading of Selflessness of Phenomena. Page 32. We'll read slowly. We'll also read the outlines together. Selflessness of phenomena in relation to close placement of mindfulness on the body. Because of the misperception of the self, the arrogance which is a source of suffering increases. Suppose you say, but that cannot be undermined. Well then, it is best to meditate on selflessness. A body is neither the feet nor the calves, nor is a body the thighs or the hips. Neither the belly nor the back is the body, nor is a body the chest or the arms. The sides of the torso and the hands are not a body, nor is a body the armpits or the shoulders. The visceral organs also are not it, and neither is a body the head nor the neck. So what then is a body? If this body were located with a portion in all of these parts, then although the parts are located in its own parts, where are the parts in turn located? And if a body itself in its entirety were located everywhere in the hands and so forth, there would be as many bodies as there were hands and so on. As the body does not exist either outside or inside the parts, how could the hands and so forth possess a body? As it does not exist separately from the hands and so on, how could it possibly be truly existent? Thus, a body is not truly existent, but because of ignorance, the mind perceiving a self in hands and so forth arises, like the mind perceiving a man in an effigy, because the effigy is molded in the shape of a man. For as long as the conditions are assembled, the figure of effigy is seen as a man. Likewise, for as long as there are hands and so on, they are seen as the body. Similarly, because of its being a composite of fingers, where is the hand? The same analysis can be applied to that finger, because it's being a composite of joints, and to a joint as well, with the breakdown into its own parts, and to a part as well through breaking it down into particles, and to that particle as well because of directional divisions, and to the directional parts also because of lacking intrinsic parts. Like space, the particle do not exist truly. Therefore, what wise person would be attached to a bodily form that is like a dream? And since a body does not truly exist that way, then what is a male and what is a female? Selflessness of phenomena in relation to close placement of mindfulness on feeling. If suffering was absolute by nature, why does it not undermine our experience of extreme joy? And if happiness existed intrinsically, why does a good taste and so forth not delight someone tormented by grief and the like? Suppose you answer, it is not experienced because it is overridden by something more intense. Well, how can something not in the nature of an experience still be categorized as a feeling? Suppose you reply, could it not still be suffering in a subtle state after its gross level has been displaced? Well then, you could also say that other than that extreme joy, it was a slight level of joy, and then absurdly, its subtle state would be one of that joy too. Suppose you say, but with the arising of discordant conditions, there is no arising of suffering. Well, it is not established that a feeling is merely something imputed by a conceptual thought. Because of that, one should meditate on this analytical remedy. The concentrative mind that grows from the field of examination is the food of yogis. If there is a gap between a sense power and its object, where would they meet? And if there is no gap, they would be fused as one. So the meeting would be of what with what? Yet there cannot be penetration of a particle by a particle. They have no empty space and they are of uniform size. When there is no penetration, there is no commingling. And when there is no commingling, there is no meeting. Moreover, for something that is partless, how could what might be called a meeting properly take place? If a meeting and being partless can be observed together, then show it, please. For a consciousness which is immaterial, a meeting is untenable. A collection as well does not truly exist. The analysis of the collection of words undertaken previously is also applicable here. And so, like that, when contact does not truly exist, from what does a feeling arise? For what reason then is all this painful effort made? For whom and from what can harm occur? And when no truly existent one feels, and feeling as well does not truly exist, then seeing this situation, why is screaming not eliminated? Nevertheless, some things can be seen and also can be touched. Through what has the nature of a dream or an illusion. Furthermore, a feeling, because it has arisen simultaneously with the mind, is not perceived by that mind. Those produced before or after the feeling can remember and not experience that feeling. In short, a feeling cannot experience itself, and it cannot be experienced by something else either. As there is no truly existent one that feels, then feeling cannot truly exist. How can it induce harm to this collection of aggregates that lacks a true self? Selflessness of phenomena in relation to close placement of mindfulness on mind. A mind does not exist in any sense powers, in forms and so on, nor in the space in between. A mind is not inside nor outside, nor can it be found anywhere else. Something that is not the body nor something else, neither commingled nor separate in any way, is not a truly existent thing at all. Because of that, sentient beings are released in natural nirvana. If the cognition of something exists prior to the object of cognition, then on what does it focus to arise? And if a cognition and the object of cognition are simultaneous, still on what does it focus to arise? Yet, if it occurs from the object of cognition, then from what does the cognition of it arise? Selflessness of phenomena in relation to close placement of mindfulness of phenomena. A truly existent arising of any phenomena cannot be determined. Rejecting the objection that the two truths are untenable. Suppose you object, but if it were the case that conventional truth does not exist at all, then how can there be two truths? Moreover, if conventionalities arise by means of other power, then how can sentient beings transcend sorrow? Well, this mode is by means of another conceptual deceptive mind, but this is not our mode of conventionality. If it is ascertained afterwards, it still exists, and if not, the conventionality does not exist. But the conceptual thought and the object of investigation are mutually dependent, and by dependence on worldly acceptance, all objects of analysis are expressed. Suppose you object. If the analytical intelligence that examines whether or not an object exists intrinsically is subject to examination in turn, this leads to an infinite regress. Well, when the object of analytical enquiry is being examined, the analytical enquiry has no basis, and because of being without a basis, it does not arise. That is called natural nirvana. For these two to truly exist as the realists hold is hard to maintain, because if an object is established as truly existent by the power of a cognition, then what is the basis of reasoning for the existence of cognition? And if a cognition is established from the power of the object of cognition, then what is the basis of reasoning for the true existence of the object of cognition? Their existence is established by the power of mutual dependence, which entails that both would be not truly existent. For example, if a man without a child is not a father, then by whom is a child sired? Because in the absence of a child there can be no father. Again, the two subject-object are not truly existent. Suppose you ask, a sprout grows from a seed, and just as the true existence of the seed is indicated by the sprout, by the arising of a cognition from the object of cognition, why cannot its true existence also be realized? Well, if the seed is realized by a cognition different from the sprout, by what reasoning is the true existence of the cognition, which is inferred through his apprehension of an object, established? Logic that establishes emptiness. Reasoning from the viewpoint of cause, rejecting causeless production. Charvakas assert, by direct perception of the conventional world, all causes are seen. After all, the diverse parts of anything like a lotus, stalks and so forth, grow by means of diverse causes. Suppose you ask, what has produced those diverse causes? Well, a diversity of previous causes. And suppose you ask further, why does a cause have the ability to give rise to an effect? Well, due to the power of previous causes. Rejecting production from permanent causes. If, as the Nyaya Visheshiks assert, the powerful Lord, Ishwar, were the cause of the world, tell me, what is Ishwar in fact? If you say the elements, then so be it. But why all the fuss over a mere name? However, earth and the rest have multiple paths, are impermanent, inanimate, and not divine, trod on and unclean. So these cannot be the powerful Lord Ishwar. Ishwar cannot be space because space is a non-impelling force. He cannot be the self since that has been refuted before. And even if you say he is the creator which is inconceivable, well then, what is the use of discussing the inconceivable? And what could it be that he wished to create? The self? Well, are not the self, the earth, and the rest of the elements, and Ishwar supposed to be eternal by nature? Cognition arises from the object of cognition. happiness and suffering have arisen since beginningless time from karma. So tell me, what has been created by Ishwar? And if there is no beginning to the cause, how can there be a beginning to the effect? And why does he not create continually, since he does not depend on anything else? If nothing exists that has not created by him, on what does he depend in order to create? If the creation depends on other conditions, the collection of the conditions would be the cause and not Ishwar. For when the conditions were gathered, no power can impede the creation in their absence. Ishwar has no power to create. And if the powerful Lord Ishwar must create lacking a wish to create, it absurdly follows that he is under the compulsion of something else. While if creation is done when he wants, then he is under the power of want. So how is he, Ishwar, the powerful Lord, when creations are done that way? Those Mimamsakas who assert particles to be the permanent creator have already been disapproved above, while the Samkhyas assert permanent primal substance as the cause of the world, rejecting production from permanent primal substance. For Samkhyas, the universal constituents known as courage, sattva, pleasure, particles, rajas, pain, and darkness, tamas, neutral sensation, when abiding in balance are called primal substance, while their imbalance is said to be the migrators or manifestations. But it is illogical for a partless unity to have a threefold nature. Therefore, it does not exist. Likewise, the universal constituents cannot be truly existent because each of them also has three aspects. And in the absence of the universal constituents, the true existence of sound and the rest becomes very far-fetched. Moreover, it is impossible for pleasure and so on to exist in non-sentient clothing and the like. If functional things are of the nature of their causes, well, have not functional things already been analyzed? In any case, the causes for you are the very pleasure and so on, but cotton clothing and the like do not arise from those. Okay, so we'll pause here. We will do a 5-minute meditation or until Geshe-la or if Geshe-la comes before that, then of course we will stop. So we all have instructions for the meditation. I just remind us of the 4 points, which is the body posture, especially the spine and eyes open with the gaze 45 degrees cast down. Then the focus object, then remembering the two identifying the two remedies, the two errors of our meditation, which is mental laxity or mental excitement, and number 4, applying the remedies to overcome the errors, which is mindfulness and introspection. So we'll just begin. Okay, please. We'll stop.
Okay. We are on page 42, stanza 132. Okay. To quickly review what we did earlier is about the debate on the acceptance of the primal substance or the prakriti by the Samkhyas, as to how fun everything is. Everything meaning, say there are two things. One is the ultimate producer or the ultimate cause, and the self too. So these two are not produced by any other factors. So this ultimate primal substance, which consists of three components, and these three components, depending on when these three are in balance, is known as the primal substance or the creator. And when these are not in balance, then the manifestations arise. And then the self is trapped there by these manifestations, and only when the self realizes that, okay, and gains some meditative experience, through this the self achieves clairvoyance. Through the clairvoyance, then the self is able to see the reality, that the Prakriti is one which is deceiving the self by creating all these things, and the Prakriti discovering what the self discovered, what you as a self discovered, that the Prakriti will withdraw all its manifestations, and the self, including your body, the mind, the house, the sickness, cold, and everything is being pulled back. Then the self alone is left, where all these worries related to the mind and the problems related to the body, they are all being withdrawn, and then you are left with no problem. So that is salvation or enlightenment, moksha, according to Samkhya. Okay, so this is, and then to go a little deeper into philosophy, they talk about the self-production, production of the self, meaning that from the apple seed, the apple tree grows, but that apple tree with like hundreds of apples, they all should be in the course. It's a self-production. So this is what is being rejected. And so in this connection, stanza 132, if manifest pleasure and so on are truly existent, why is their experience not perceived? So now the issue is, they are talking about the three components. The three components, dul, mun, nyingdosum, dul, the particles, mun, the darkness, and the nyingdop is the courage. So these three, and also these three in the form of the three feelings: pleasure, pain, and neutral. When we have, let's say, if manifest pleasure and so on are truly existent, say earlier, first moment you are enjoying, let's say, cheesecake, or you are enjoying a beautiful time with your friends, celebrating birthday and so forth, and then suddenly there is earthquake, or you heard bad news. Then this feeling of joy, the pleasure, the joy will be replaced by feeling of pain. So this is something which we can evidently see. So under such situation, so what happened to the earlier manifest pleasure? If manifest pleasure and so on are truly existent, earlier manifest pleasure, if it exists truly there, why is the experience not perceived? The next moment, when you hear the bad news, then the feeling of the pleasure, feeling of the joy is replaced by the feeling of sadness. So where is that feeling of the manifest, the pleasure, if that is permanent? And why is that not experienced, not perceived? Why is the experience, that experience of the pleasure, not perceived? Suppose you say, experience turns into a subtle state. Okay, that happiness is not gone, it's still there, happiness is still there, but that happens earlier in the manifest state or in the gross state has now taken the state of a subtlety. Now it has changed into subtle form. Suppose you say, you here refers to the samkhyas. The experience turns into the experience of joy, experience happiness turns into a subtle state. Well, how can it be both gross and subtle? Okay, so earlier you said it is gross. Earlier it was gross. Now you say it is subtle. And so while you say it is gross, you said that it is permanent. If it is permanent, it should forever remain as gross. And then the next moment it should be gross. And now you are saying it is subtle. Which means that you have to, in a way, you have to accept that the second moment, this feeling of the joy is in the form of gross as well as subtle form. Well, how can it be both gross and subtle? Okay, now 133. This is little tricky, little complicated. Okay, this is about the analyzing. Let's say when that feeling of the joy, when enjoying the cheesecake or whatever, when you feel the joy, this feeling of joy on the one hand and the grossness on the other hand, you getting it? Gross mind. What gross? Feeling of joy. Joy to be gross. Okay. So there are two things. The grossness, the same object, the gross happiness or the gross joy has two, say, the facets. One is the two isolates. Now from what we have learned, we can say that it has two isolates. One is the grossness and the other one is the joy. There are two isolates there. So with these two isolates, are these two one or these two are different? If you say that these two isolates are the same, these two isolates are the one. Oh no, first you say if these two isolates are different. If these two are different, in other words, for them, if two things are different means objectively different. If these two things are one, these two are objectively one. Okay, so it says, if it becomes subtle and non-manifest after having left its gross manifest state, these gross and subtle states are impermanent. Okay, let's say now the gross form, the gross state of the joy, the gross state and the joy, these two are the one or different. For them, they accept objective existence, objective reality. So they, when you accept things to be different, objectively different. Things to be one, objectively one. Didn't it allow you to leave?
No, sorry. My card was unlocked. So it just got a message. My card was unlocked.
Okay.
So I just sent the key.
Yes, okay, good. Okay, so the two things, if they are different, then from the point of view of the samkhyas, whereas for prasangika, this is not an issue, it's not a problem. Okay. If it becomes subtle and non-manifest, subtle meaning not gross, subtle and non-manifest. Manifest is gross, non-manifest after having left its gross manifest state. So what they say is that this happiness is permanent. The samkhya, what they say is that happiness that they have is permanent. Only thing is that it changes state. the gross and the subtle. So now now the Bodhisattva Shantideva is analyzing. There are two things. What are the two things? One is the feeling of joy, and the other one is the grossness. These two one or different? This is question. Okay, if it becomes subtle and non-manifest after having left its gross state, so earlier it was gross, now it has become subtle, which means that the state has changed. For this happiness or the joy, the state has changed. The state has changed. These gross and the subtle states are impermanent. So which means the state earlier it was gross, now it has become subtle. So the state is impermanent. So you cannot say that the state of this mind, the gross state, subtle state, that is permanent. You cannot speak about that to be permanent. That you have to accept it as impermanent. So why not accept all functional things as impermanent? Same. So from this we come to discover that what is within you, the gross and the subtle, it is something that is changing. So from this we see that it is impermanent. It's not permanent. So with this same reasoning, you can apply to any other things. You can apply to any other things, all composite phenomena. We see that all composite phenomena, they are likewise changing. They are likewise impermanent. So the self can be proved as impermanent. Likewise, the natures that they are talking about, the pleasure, pain and feeling, or the pleasure, pain and neutral, to be also impermanent. In other words, all composite things, why not you accept them as all functional things? Functional things meaning composite phenomena, to be impermanent. Now, if they say that 134, and if the gross manifest state is no different from the pleasure, so the pleasure that, say, the joy of experiencing, let's say, the cheesecake, or joy of experiencing your time with your mother, so that joy and the gross state, these two are not different. If these two are not different, for them, if these two are not different, means these two should be one. 134. If the gross manifest state is no different from the pleasure itself, then the manifest pleasure is impermanent. Then what happens is that this gross, when the grossness changes to subtlety, the pleasure, the joy should also change, because the joy and the grossness and the joy, these two are just one for you. These two are one. So these two should, if one becomes subtle, if one changes, others should also change. Which means the gross changes to subtle, then what is gross? What was gross? The joy should also change. Then the manifest pleasure is impermanent. Suppose you assert, but something totally non-existent in the cause could not be produced because of its being non-existent. So deep inside what they are saying is that the joy, and later on you hear bad news and there is a sadness there. So this joy is permanent. It's not something impermanent. And the sadness comes into being later on. Even the sadness was also there, because say from the house example that they give is that if there was okay, what do you think is coming from my pocket? Huh? Who is that? Wow, that's amazing. The key comes out. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, yeah.
Sound came in the sound. There was a sound.
Sure. I say okay. Okay, let's say the key, which means that this key was first inside it. Only if what is inside comes out. If it was not inside at all, then I'm not like a magician. I cannot produce something which is totally non-existent. So in order for something to come out, that must be inside that first. Likewise, from the apple seed, in order to come out the apple tree, that apple tree must be inside that apple seed. If that is so inside the apple tree, how can it come out? How can something which is totally non-existent come out from something where that object is not at all existent in the first place. Okay, suppose you assert 134, line 4. Suppose you assert, but something totally non-existent in the cause could not be produced because of this being non-existent altogether. For example, say, let's say from a pocket, say horn of a rabbit, which is one of the best examples of non-existent phenomena. Horn of a rabbit cannot be produced because it is totally non-existent. So therefore, in order for something to come out, something to come into existence, it must already exist in the causal state. 135. Even if you do not accept the production of an evident phenomenon, still this is actually the case. Now Bodhisattva Shantideva is saying that from the apple seed, apple tree grows. From the apple seed, apple tree grows. The manifest phenomena, which is the apple tree, although it did not exist in the apple seed, but it grows. And then even if you don't accept it, still this is reality. This is reality. Even if you do not accept the production of an evident phenomena, still this is actually the case. And if an effect exists in its cause, and if you say that no, so the what is non-existent cannot come out from a cause where the result did not exist before. If you say this, then all these contradictions are there. So the two contradictions are being indicated here. And if an effect exists in its cause, if the effect is already in the cause, then consuming food would be like eating. Okay, because that is the effect of the food. Then number 136, and why not buy and wear cotton seed? Which is more expensive? Cotton seed is more expensive, or the Levi and so what is that? Huh? Levi's. What else? Huh? Very expensive designs. Ajiji? Huh? Louis Vuitton, right? Huh? Koji bags. Koji bags made of leather. No? Huh? Okay. Okay, so what I'm saying is that the cotton seeds and the products of the cotton seeds in the form of the whatever very expensive brands, which is more expensive? The results are more expensive. But if the results are already there in the cotton seed, then why do you have to buy those expensive things? They're already there in the cotton seeds. Buy the cotton seeds. You have everything there. Okay, 136. And why not buy and wear cotton seed for less cost than the price of cotton clothing? Suppose you say, all the common people do not see it because of ignorance, but the common people, they don't see that because of the ignorance. That is precisely the position established by Kapila, the knower of the reality. Knower of the reality meaning the Samkhyas. Samkhyas, the belief, the know of the reality. Kapila is one of the great examples of know of the reality, saying that Kapila is the one who posited this concept. This is exactly Kapila's position. So now, to be rejected, 137. Well, cognition that must also exist in common people. So why do they not see it? Now, the Bodhisattva Shantideva is pushing them that, okay, if the cotton clothing is inside the cotton seed, then common people should be seeing it. Why not they are seeing it? So what's the answer given? Because common people, they are blinded by the ignorance. They have the ignorance. Suppose you answer, because common people are not valid cognizers. Because what they see is not really valid cognizers. Well, then what they see as manifest also is not true. Then you should also say that they see, for example, from the apple seed, apple tree grows. This is what they see. So the apple tree, what they see is a manifest apple tree growing. That is also not. Do you mean to say that that is also not valid? If the perception is deceptive, then what they see is a manifest tree. This also must not be valid. 138. Okay, now this is a very serious debate. 138. This is a very serious debate. This is the opponents, they coming up with the debate against the Prasangikas. Okay, so what they say is that now, if you could remember, in Acharya Chandrakriti's text, we discussed about the production from another, rejecting the production from another. The opponent said that the production from another is valid because this is what the common people see. This is what the opponent said. And then Acharya Chandrakriti, what he said is that the common people, common people's perception, they are not valid. They are not valid. So what they say may not be true. May not be valid. Okay, this is what they are saying now. You're also saying the same thing. You, the Prasangikas, you're also saying the same thing. That the common people's perception, they are not valid. This is what you're saying. Right? So common people will say that, yes, okay, this flower exists from the object or from the subject. Common people will say from the object. So therefore you are saying that common people's perception is not valid. So when I say common people's perceptions are not valid, you are rejecting me. And you are saying the same thing. Common people's perception is not valid. So this is amazing debate. Okay, 138. Suppose you retort, but you too assert that a valid cognizer for the common people, common world, is not a valid cognizer. Then wouldn't what was cognized by it also become false? Say the common people would say that, okay, this objectively is a flower. So you said that this is not a valid cognition. So likewise, say the common people, they see it as, okay, the flower was, or the apple tree was not in the apple seed. This common people's perception, this is not valid. This is how we would say. So you reject this, and at the same time, you accept that common people's perception is not valid. Okay, then wouldn't what was cognized by it also become a false? So what the common people say, oh, there's a flower there, this is also not valid. Right? This is also not valid. Okay, if you could remember what we said earlier, that what is in my hand? Flower. How do you know there's a flower in my hand? I could see that. My eye consciousness can see that. How do you know that your eye consciousness is valid? Or how do you know that your eye consciousness is valid? This question. So, the Chittamata's debate, until you are exposed to the Prasangika philosophy so well, this is something which we can find it very difficult to defend. How do you know that your eye consciousness is valid with respect to seeing the flower? This is a very serious debate. So for that, the Chittamatra said that it is seen by the self-cognitive mind. And what is the one unique characteristics of the self-cognitive mind? It is never mistaken. It is never mistaken. This is a very important point. Why it should never be mistaken? Anybody who can defend this position? So keep in mind, for Chittamatra, if the self-cognizant mind, somehow if you can prove either it is non-existent or it is mistaken, then whole Chittamatra philosophy is shattered. Okay, anybody why Chittamatra has to accept that the self-cognizant mind is never mistaken? Yes, over there.
I remember them referring to the necessity to assert self-cognizant mind in order to account for memory. If you don't assert a self-cognizing mind in their perspective, then how can you even remember that something?
The point is that, okay, so let us, thank you, you brought up something else. How can you prove self-cognizant mind? How can you prove the existence of self-cognizant mind? Then the memory concept is brought in. Not to prove the memory, but to prove the existence of self-cognizant mind, then you bring the explanation of the memory. Okay, so my question is, how What makes Chittamatra accept, believe that self-cognizant mind should never be mistaken? Anybody? Yes, Tejala?
Because according to Chittamatra, it's a mind-only school. So there is emptiness of externality, but mind exists truly. And who knows, or how can they prove that the mind exists truly once they're pushed and pushed and pushed? Finally, they say that the mind exists truly because the self-cognizant mind knows or sees this mind to exist truly. I mean, that's the main reason they give.
No, that's fine. So if the if this is what they bring up, saying that the mind to exist truly is known by the
Self-cognizant mind.
mind. So still, for example, how do you know the flower exists? Because my eye consciousness knows that. That's correct. But it doesn't mean that eye consciousness should not be mistaken. It is still mistaken. It is mistaken, still it is valid with respect to the flower. So likewise, the mind, self-cognizant mind, what makes them believe that it should be not mistaken at all? Okay, Tenzin Vasila?
I'm not sure, but I think the two isolates the other cognizing mind and the self-cognizing mind. So since for Chittamatra, everything is the nature of the mind, these other cognizing mind and self-cognizing mind is two isolates of the same mind. So while the other cognizing mind is looking outwards, this is perceiving the mind itself. And then there's an argument given that what is closer, we must know it better, but I'm not sure.
Yes, Tenzin Piala? Yes, try.
So when there's a mistaken...
Okay, before Tenzin Piala tries, anybody who can repeat the question, my question, repeat or paraphrase. The content matter of my question should not be altered. Anybody? Tenzin Piala, you like to know? Anybody who likes to repeat the question? Ajiriji? The mic is here. My question. The question must be very clear. If the question is clear, then we have to listen to the answer.
What is the basis on which one can establish or prove that the self-cognizant mind is not mistaken?
No, this is not very similar, but it's not the question.
What?
Yes, Hajjullah.
The question is how for Chittamatra self-cognizant mind is never mistaken.
How?
How for Chittamatrans the self-cognizant mind is never mistaken.
Very good. So what makes Chittamatra believe that the self-cognizant mind should never be mistaken? Okay, mistaken meaning should never be mistaken with respect to the object of
Other cognizant
apprehension. Huh? Appearance. Mistaken mind is a mind which is mistaken with respect to the object of apprehension. Huh?
Appearance.
Say it again.
A mistaken mind is mistaken with respect to the object of appearance. A deceptive mind is deceptive in relation...
Deceptive or mistaken?
Deceptive or wrong. Okay.
So let's say, a mistaken mind, there are two.
Yeah.
In other words, in Tibetan, Tulshe and Lokshe. Tulshe, we just translate it as mistaken mind or distorted mind. Mistaken mind. Mistaken mind.
Yeah.
So mistaken mind is defined as
the mind.
Mistaken mind, which is given as a translation for Tulshe is defined as a mind which is mistaken with respect to the object of apprehension.
Appearance.
With respect to the object of appearance. And the receptive mind or Lokshe is the mind which is mistaken with respect to the object of
apprehension.
Very good. Okay. So this is what we should not forget. You're getting it? Mistaken mind and deceptive mind. Okay, now my question again, what Arjuna said. What makes Chittamatra believe that self-cognizant mind is never mistaken, which means is never mistaken with respect to the object of appearance. Okay, Tenzin Biala, what's your response?
When there's a mistaken consciousness, for example, I'm thinking of it, self-cognizant mind as a reliable verifier for Chittamatrans. So when there is a mistaken consciousness, seeing the white snow as blue, or seeing the mirage to be water and believing it to be true, the self-cognizant mind is not mistaken or deceptive, because in spite of the mistaken consciousness, it's not mistaken.
Okay. So I'm not asking you to prove. Okay. How can you prove that self-cognizant mind is not mistaken? This was not my question. Okay. My question is, in what way Chittamatra's philosophy will be shattered if you are able to convince that the self-conscious mind should be mistaken or it is non-existent. In other words, from here, what if the Chittamatra cannot defend the position that the self-conscious mind is not mistaken, or not a mistaken mind? What makes them end up in the philosophy being shattered?
Let me think about it.
No, you answer that you gave us correct. You need confidence.
Sure.
Anybody else?
I'm not sure.
Answer given is correct. Anybody? Anybody? Nogila? Huh? Norela? Oh yeah, Norela.
Geshe-la, I'm just trying. It would be like otherwise, like they'll go in this infinite regression.
Regression how?
Because if like Chittamatran, they says like if they're, it's not mistaken.
If it's not mistaken, then?
So it has.
No. What they're saying, they say that it is never mistaken.
Never mistaken.
Then?
So if it's never mistaken, then you have to have a proof. So that you lay the foundation.
No, don't say if it is not mistaken. You have to say if it is mistaken. You're getting it? Because for them, it is not mistaken. So you have to speak on behalf of Chittamatra.
Yeah, because if
it is mistaken.
If it is mistaken,
then what?
You'll end up in this
infinite
regression.
Regress.
Regress, yeah.
How?
Because then this one part. Yes, I'm having difficulty in explaining, because one moment to explain the one moment, that one moment of mind, you have to go to the next and then.
Okay, that is, I think it's related to the memory. You're going back to the point of saying to prove the existence of self-cognizant mind, then they bring the concept of memory.
Okay.
That you cannot explain memory if you don't accept self-cognizant mind. You're getting it? Okay, then, so what made you, for example, what made you remember you remember JNU? You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. What made you remember your JNU hostel? I saw that with my eyes. You remember your eyes, having seen your hostel? Yes. What made you remember your eyes?
Memories.
Okay. No. What made you remember that eye consciousness, having seen your room? Then, if you don't accept self-cognizant mind, then you have to say the next mind. What made you remember the next mind? Having remembered or having seen the eye consciousness. Next mind. You go like this, you'll have to go ad infinitum. You're getting it? This is to prove the existence of self-cognizant mind. It does not prove the self-cognizant mind to be non-mistake, to be not non-mistake. What? To be non-mistaken. Yeah. Okay, anybody?
Geshe-la, I have one question.
Okay.
Like that, for the self-cognizing mind, Chittamatran, they say that it is like objective, it exists objectively.
Yes.
So, if it exists objectively, then there has to be a subject also. So
that's easy.
What is the subject of
What's
that?
the subject? It's self.
Self-cognizing.
Yeah, self. It is self-cognizing. You're getting it? It is the object as well as the subject. Now, that's easy. Chitamatra will be very happy if Norgila asks this question. Okay, the Ankitla. Okay, Namgila, will like again. Okay, Ankitla.
So the whole philosophy Chitamatra rests on the belief that the mind exists truly, and they posit self-cognizant mind as the proof for that. And self-cognizant mind is the mind which knows that the mind exists truly. And if the self-cognizant mind is proven to be mistaken, then because the self-cognizant mind is a direct perceiver, and it sees the other cognizant mind in a dualistic manner and directly, based on that only they can posit that the mind exists objectively.
Dualistically or non-dualistically? Non-dualistically.
Non-dualistically.
Is the self.
Is
other goal is just our conceptual mind which isolates it two. One is the other cognizant mind, one is self-cognizant mind. Entity-wise, there's no dual. It's same.
So if it is mistaken,
yes,
the self-cognizant mind is mistaken, then because it perceives the mind as objectively real,
yes,
then this will become wrong.
How?
Because if it is, they are saying that because the self-cognizant mind is seeing.
Okay, your eye consciousness sees this flower as objectively real.
Yes.
Okay, your eye consciousness is deceptive mind.
It is mistaken and deceptive
mind. No, it's mistaken mind.
Yes,
it's mistaken mind. So, which means that the position that the flower exists objectively is wrong.
Yes.
No. Chitamatra. The flower exists objectively.
Yes.
It does not exist externally, but it exists objectively. So Chitamatra, do they accept that the flower, accepting the flower to be objectively real, is wrong, because the mind which sees the flower, our consciousness seeing the flower is is mistaken. Is what you're saying?
No, but the mind is anyways not external.
That's true. It is not external. Yes.
So the only basis they have to prove that the mind exists objectively is because this is how the self-cognizant mind perceives.
That's perfect. But why should it not be mistaken?
Because if it becomes mistaken, then so the reason they can posit the mind to be objectively real is because the self-cognizant mind sees it like that, perceives it like that. It appears that way to the self-cognizant mind, and because it is a direct consciousness, what appears to it should exist that way.
What about eye consciousness seeing the flower? Eye consciousness direct perception, and the flower appears externally real.
Yes. So yes. So that's what I'm saying. So in that, that is why self-cognizant mind has to be non-mistaken.
Why?
Because if it becomes mistaken, what is appearing to it will become incorrect.
Will become incorrect.
Incorrect.
Then.
So then they would have no basis to prove that the mind exists objectively.
Okay, let's say the flower. What Ankitla is saying makes a great sense, but still we have to clean this up. So your eye consciousness sees the flower.
Yes, Krishna.
Your eye consciousness is deceptive. No, the mistaken mind. So which means that the flower should not exist the way it appears to the eye consciousness.
Yes.
So the flower appears objectively real. It should not exist objectively real.
Yes.
So the flower does not exist objectively real to the Chitamatrans.
So it does appear, but the mistake they are positing, I mean, for them the eye consciousness is mistaken with respect to perceiving the flower is external.
That's fine. So you can also say even the self-cognizant mind can be mistaken, but it may not be mistaken with respect to seeing the consciousness to be objectively real. You can say the same thing. Okay, so this is okay. Now, Dinshugala.
I'll try, Geshe-la. So
Yes.
we can look at from the three versions of emptiness that Chittamatra posits.
Yes.
Emptiness of externality,
Yes.
emptiness of subject-object duality, and emptiness of subject-object being substantially different.
The object being
Object and subject being substantially different. Emptiness
Yes,
of
yes,
that.
yes.
So the way I will try and posit this is that since the self-cognizant mind realizes non-dualistically,
Yes.
the object-subject duality is not there.
Yes.
The object-subject are not substantially different for it.
Yes.
So then, and since it's non-mistaken,
No, this is
since it realizes non-dualistically, hence it is non-mistaken.
How?
Because from a Chittamatra perspective, if anything that is realized non-dualistically, as far as I can think, necessarily should be non-mistaken.
Why?
Because that's the ignorance they're positing. Like externality, they posit that the ignorant mind or any ignorant consciousness perceives the distance while the distance is not there. For them, the only thing that exists is the mind.
Then what about for Chittamatra to be for the mind seeing the time of the mind? It's not external.
It's not external.
Yeah, so therefore it is not mistaken. Mind seeing the time of the mind. Mind seeing non-composite phenomena. Non-composite phenomena, yes. It is not external.
Non-composite phenomena, yes, it's but if it realizes,
Yes. Okay.
If I see the space,
yes.
If I am a Chittamatran, and if I see the space like space around you, there's a distance between that, me and that space, and the characteristic.
That's a composite phenomena.
But this space has a characteristics of non-obstruction, and to me it appears away from my mind.
No, that
is also ignorance, which is seeing a non-composite space.
Non-composite space. They say the mind seeing non-composite space never sees it as external.
Because it's an isolate.
Never.
Yeah, it's isolate. Okay. Yeah. But this is the way I'll go, and then I have to think about the new point you brought in, the non-composite part,
Yes.
But I mean, the key for me is that it realizes non-dualistically, and if it realizes non-dualistically, necessarily it should be non-mistaken.
Why this question?
Yeah, that's a second question, Geshe-la.
Yes. Maybe the last?
Yeah, Geshe-la, so going on from what Ankit-la said, they extend self-cognizing mind because they say that's what sees the mind as existing truly. And number two, the self-cognizant mind never lies. Now, because they are the same entity.
Why it never lies? Why it never lies? They have to?
Yes.
Why Chittamatrans have to say that it never lies?
Because Geshe-la, if it's one entity, two isolates, then this mind, it's perceiving. It never lies because, like, they give the example that a lamp lights itself. So its nature is to know, so outwards, and then it will know itself. And because it's one entity, so we can put it, they were also talking about non-dualism. There's no externality there.
Okay, the closest answer that all of you have given, is that it never lies. That it is reliable. You getting it? This is closest. And then many of the other editions will make the answer worse. Right? Okay, so this is the closest. The closest. People, somebody who understands Chittamatra philosophy was, somewhere close. And suddenly you add more, then now I'm more relaxed. Right? Okay, so this is very important. In other words, we say that the example that we gave last time, the information that we're looking for, information that you need one piece of information to take a very serious decision. And the serious decision is life and death decision. This is the seriousness of decision. So to take this decision, you need the correct information. And there are only two sources of information. Two sources. One is locally from Delhi, and one is from Nigeria. Let's say Nigeria. Or let's say from where? From Venezuela, or from somewhere very far away, not because of not because of any other reason, but because of the distance, and difficult to track that person, distance, locality, and so forth. And the person who is locally here in Delhi, sometimes tells you lies, and sometimes tells truth. So that person has information. And the other person who always tells the truth is the one in that faraway place. Okay, from which of the two persons you're going to get the information from? From locally or from the far away? Why do we from the far away? Why from the far away? Gorilla, why far away?
Geshe-la, because it's reliable.
It's reliable. What do you mean by reliable? But this person locally also, he tells truth sometimes.
But sometimes he keeps changing.
But sometimes he tells truth.
Yeah, but then I don't know how to differentiate which is truth and lies. So I would rather rely on the person
Make
who's
a request.
consistent.
Please tell truth this time. Still not reliable.
Yes.
Because it's very risky to rely on somebody who partially sometimes tells the truth, sometimes tells lies. So to say that, okay, if I say that, okay, tomorrow is holiday, and you are not too sure, if I tell lies sometimes, then you check, okay, he's saying holiday, maybe it's true, Gorilla. If you trust Gorilla so much, and Gorilla always tells the truth, Gorilla, is it true that Dorji is saying that tomorrow is holiday? Is it holiday tomorrow? Yes, that's true. Okay, so what I said is validated by somebody else who always tells the truth. You getting it? So my eye conscious seeing the flower, is validated to have seen the flower by the subconscious mind, which never tells lies, which is never the mistaken. Mistake means it's a lie, right? Which is never mistaken. So something which is never mistaken, whatever it sees, whatever it perceives, should be correct. It is not necessary that mind should cognize it. It's not necessary. So for example, if I always tell the truth, if you tell me, when is your mother's birthday? When is your mother's birthday? I have no clue. So what will I do? I'll keep quiet. I'll say I don't know. Right? So when I say that I always tell the truth, doesn't mean that I have all the answers. I'll give all the correct answers, not necessary. Where I don't know the answers, I say I don't know. Where I know the answer, I'll give the answer. Right? Whereas I will not give the wrong answer. This is the idea. Okay. Going back, 139. So this is very important. Where? 138. Okay. So now the opponents, Samkhyas, they are saying that you also talk about the common people's mind, not valid at all. Not valid at all. Say, okay, 138. Suppose you retort, but you too assert that a valid cognizer for the common world is not a valid cognizer. In what sense? That this flower exists objectively, this flower exists truly. Because look at the farmers, ask the farmers that this flower exists, or the gardeners, that this flower exists truly. So what is your response? What will they say? The gardener, non-philosopher gardeners, what will they say? Yes, that's true. Yes, it truly exists. You're getting it? So what you as Chitta Prasanga, what will you say? Hey, what would you say? So I'm the gardener, non-philosopher gardener, and then somebody asked me, some cats, they asked me, this flower exists truly, right? And I'm the expert in garden, right? So they asked me this, then I said, yes, this exists true, the flower exists truly, yes, I planted this. So what is your response? You the Prasangikas, what is your response? Yes?
Whether something exists truly or not has to be analyzed by a mind analyzing the ultimate.
Why?
Because that's the only way you will find out whether the object exists truly or not. For that you have to employ ultimate analysis.
Okay, so my mind is ultimate analysis, yes, it exists truly.
No, your mind is analyzing convention.
I see.
You are
my mind is not analyzing. The mind which sees that this flower exists truly.
This is not mind analyzing ultimate.
I see. Truly or not truly is conventional.
No, okay.
It's conventional or ultimate?
No, if you engage in an analysis, but
okay, this is not the full-fledged Prasangika. Okay, I need full-fledged Prasangika. Anybody? How would you respond? So this mind said, my mind seeing that yes, it does exist truly. Yes, it is flower. This is a mind analyzing convention. Yes, this flower exists truly. This is a mind analyzing ultimate. Mind analyzing ultimate may not be valid mind. Yeah. Right? So therefore mind is a mind analyzing ultimate. Okay, anybody? Yes.
It has to be findable. The flower has to be findable.
Yes, it's findable. It's found here.
Conventionally it is. Conventionally it is, but ultimately it's not findable. Prasangika would say
ultimately it's found. Yeah, ultimately I found it. I was looking for it all this whole day. I was looking for it. Ultimately I found it.
Ultimate analysis, Geshe-la, the flower is not findable.
No, I found it. Ultimately, finally I found it.
There is no true referent of the label flower for Prasangikas. There is no true referent of the label flower.
This one?
Yes.
Why not?
Because it's not findable in the ultimate analysis.
No, this is one.
But this is conventional analysis.
No, this is your thinking.
Prasangika.
Okay, how would you defend it? Ajitena?
Geshe-la, I would say it is not objectively exists, it exists subjectively according to
the flower exists subjectively, it does not exist objectively. How can you say this? How can you convince me that?
It's coming from your mind, not from the object side.
Okay, so how can you...
Subject side.
So how can you help me that it is coming from... No, it's not coming from my mind. I bought it from the market. Yeah, the florist, the gardener, he sold this to me. It did not come from my mind. It existed there before I came there. So how do you defend it? Okay, I agree with Ajit Setanla that this is coming from my mind, but these are the debates. Ajirji?
I think when you went to the market and asked the flower seller or the florist, kindly give me a flower.
Yes.
And he gave you that.
Yes.
And your mind also accepted that it's a flower.
Yes.
So it's a flower.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
So therefore, it existed before I came there, right?
Yes.
Yes. So therefore, it's before my mind projects it.
No, the flower came before.
Yes.
And seeing that, your mind imputed that it's a flower.
Okay, so before that, it's not a flower.
Before that, for you, it's not flower.
Okay, otherwise it's a flower.
Otherwise it's a flower. If
it's a flower there even without my imputation.
That's why I said that if you go and ask the person who is selling the flower, give me a flower.
Yes.
He gives you a flower because he already knows before you are knowing that it's a flower.
Okay, so there already exists a flower. Yeah. There already exists a flower before I know there is a flower.
Yeah.
So therefore there's the flower which is not imputed by me.
No, your mind has imputed.
Before I know this, there is a flower there.
Yeah, if you're saying
before I impute it, there's a flower there.
Yes.
Okay, so before I impute, there's a flower. That flower existed before I imputed
before you imputed, that's why I said that. You said that you went to the market and you took the flower. You went and asked the person, kindly give me a flower. So your mind already knew that it's a flower because seeing this, you imputed that it's a flower.
Okay, before imputing it, it's not a flower.
Before imputing this, for you, it is not a flower.
Okay, before imputing this, the flower is not grown by the gardener.
Yeah, gardener knows that it's a flower.
But it was not planted by the gardener.
Yeah, it's planted by the flower.
So it grows as a flower.
Yes, it grows
as a flower.
Yes.
Before me imputing it.
Yes. For you, your mind relating to the flower, for the imputation, the flower has to be there before.
Yes.
Then you say that
exactly. Yeah. Before imputing, the flower has to be there before it.
That's right.
Right? So therefore it exists objectively. Okay, so anybody who likes to defend Ajahn? Okay, Wang Chula.
Flower is existing dependently originate.
Okay.
It depends. Like there's no entity called as flower because due to coming of cause and effect, there's a flower.
Or coming together of the causes, the parts, and so forth. Then the flower comes into being.
Yes.
So our mind doesn't have to impute it.
Like it's like a label given.
So even without giving a label, with the constant condition they come into being, then the flower comes.
But if I don't think like if there is no label, my mind would not act according. Like from childhood, like we have said that this is a flower. So like there is a habitual
labeling coming.
Yeah. If there is no flower in my mind, I won't label, and there won't be anything going.
Okay, what Wang Chula is saying is a very strong point in defense of Ajahn and Ajirji. Okay, you are supporting Ajirji or Ajahn or both?
I don't know.
Okay, but the question still remains. But the causes and conditions are all gathered, the parts, everything come together, and then your mind, if it doesn't give the label, then it's not a flower. This is what he's saying. It's not a flower.
Yes.
Okay. So Wang Chula, if somebody comes and there's a smart boy there, not knowing the label, not knowing that you are Wang Chula, that you are labeled as Wang Chula, then for that person Wang Chula is not there.
Like
okay.
No, it's just.
Now we need somebody to defend Wang Chula now. Anybody who likes to defend Wang Chula? Okay, so this says Ajahn is being defended by Ajirji, could not. Ajirji is defended by Wang Chula, could not. Okay, anybody who likes to defend Wang Chula now? Yes.
Because the definition of anything does exist before the verbal convention. So what he's saying is that the flower per se, the label flower, comes later, but I don't know the definition of a flower. So that is there, but the label is not there.
Label comes later.
Yeah.
Even without the label, the flower already there.
Yes.
Okay, so
the verbal convention, sorry.
Flower is not there,
flower per se, the label flower, the word flower is not there, but the definition of the flower is there.
Object is there.
Yes.
So the object exists objectively.
Not objective.
Without the label.
Not objective.
Even without label, it is still there.
It's there, Geshe-la, but
it's there without the label.
Without
giving label.
Without giving the label, because the awareness, the conceptual consciousness saying, oh, that's a flower. That comes later, before the definition exists, before the label.
Okay, so the flower existed before the label.
Yes.
Okay, so the flower exists objectively.
No.
Before the subject, it exists.
Yes.
So therefore, it exists independent of the subject.
That is debatable.
Okay, if it is debatable, then you cannot defend it. Okay, now Tejala.
Geshe-la, but we studied that the mind can impute or project objects in the past, present, or future.
Is it your position, or you studied? Position of your study?
The mind does project in the past, or the present, or the future. Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
So mind can impute.
Mind can impute its objects in the past, present, or future.
Okay. So the mind can impute its object in the past also.
Yes.
So that object exists before the mind.
I mean, even if it exists before the mind, it does not mean that it exists objectively.
Because it once existed even without the imputation happening.
No.
Or?
I mean, the mind imputed
till imputation happens, it doesn't exist.
No, we impute the object in the past. It's there merely subjectively, it's there.
No, that's fine. Subject came later or together? Okay, Norkila.
Geshe-la, I guess it never existed objectively before.
Okay.
Without a subject. So, objectively, it never existed, even before you imputing anything.
Okay, so the things exist only by imputation.
Yeah. But
Okay.
yeah, the imputation, the label exists.
The label.
Yeah.
The label should come with object.
Yes.
Without the label, the object doesn't exist.
Object exists, but it doesn't exist objectively.
That's true. It doesn't exist subjectively. It exists subjectively. It exists by the power of the label.
Subjectively, yes.
Yes. In absence of the subject, the object doesn't exist.
As an objectively, it doesn't exist. Yeah.
As an object doesn't exist. Norgila, let's say you are given the label, so your mother gave birth to this girl. And then the mother could not go to some teacher to ask for, please give me the name for this child. So you are given the label, Norgi, after 10 days. For 10 days you are not Norgi?
The label as in, yeah, I wasn't.
You are not Norgi for the first 10 days?
Yeah.
I see, you are not Norgi. So
Yeah.
this Norgi was never 1 year old. Was never 1 day old.
Yeah, it was one.
Never.
It was.
Okay, that 1 day old was Norgi.
The label objectively
okay, what happened? We finished Acharya Chandrakirti's text. We finished the chat. Now we are completing Shantidev's text, right? And still the answer is not coming, right? Oh, make it now the last attempt.
Geshe-la, it's only because things exist 100% subjectively that we can project into the past, present, and so the year 2018, when it was happening, the subject that was engaging with it, that has passed. But now when I'm recalling 2018, that subject is coming after, subject is coming after the memory object that I'm having of it. If things existed objectively, we cannot posit any relationship between two things. All the contact arguments come into play. Is it existing? Is it not? But to come back to the question, I think we...
Okay, let's say the...
Geshe-la, the question was why should we ask a gardener? So we are in the conventional domain. If I go to a flower seller in Delhi, he's in a rush. I buy a flower. Now I just buy a flower and I'm in the conventional domain and he gives me the flower. Now if I start asking questions that how does it exist, this, they are not the expert, he's the gardener.
Okay.
For that,
are you expert in
Arya
this?
being, no.
Not expert. You learned it. You learned it, right?
I learned some philosophy.
You believe in
little
Prasangika.
bit. Yes.
Right? So the first 10 days before you were given the label Kaveri, you are not Kaveri. You are not Kaveri.
Geshe-la, the label and that, yes, those two distinctions, the continuum of the I and with the label.
Yes.
I'll stop.
Okay, so still we don't get the Tenshugela.
I think Gishla, like Kavirila mentioned, the original question was something different, and I think it's got digressed towards the label and the referent, you know.
Yes.
So for example, Noryangla or Wanglula, you know, if they got their name on the 10th day, the referent of the label existed moment they were born.
Okay.
The referent, so when we use, like if I say Wanglula, then it refers to the name, the label, and also the label that refers to the referent. So then,
which Wanglula refers to the name as well as to the person.
So Wanglula as a person existed moment he was born.
Wanglula is not a label.
Wanglula is also a label. When I say Wanglula
is a label. That's interesting.
The Wanglula, the label Wanglula is a name, plus it refers to the referent person also.
Okay, let's say Wanglula, is he a human being or is a word?
I can use it both way. The way you are asking.
No, this is not my question. My question is label Wanglula. Is it a human being or a word?
Human being.
Not a word.
In this context, I would say no.
It's not a label.
I mean, it refers to both, Kishla. So,
which means it's both.
Yeah, I mean,
it's both.
In a normal conversation,
it's both or not?
It's both.
Okay, so if it's both, then there's a common locus point between a human being and a word.
Yes, that's a contradiction that will arise.
Okay. Oh, maybe as a Daubimla or as a Daubimla. Okay, Pandela. Nisha. Yes. Nisha.
That if there is the conceptual thought that that a child does not exist, then I agree it is a hindrance.
Oh, you are reading which passage?
Oh, sorry. It is 132.
You are reading passage which is we're going to read later.
Yeah. Okay. So we are at 130.
138.
138. Okay, sorry, sir. So
maybe Radhikaj has answer.
So it is that
yes,
that if it was not cognized and the cognization is false, then I agree that any meditation on emptiness is also false.
Okay, so this
or
is
untenable, meaning it is something that cannot be supported or justified by any reasoning.
Okay. So these questions which we asked now, series of questions, they are extremely important. Particularly after learning about emptiness, these questions must be asked as often times as possible, for the reason that the learnings, whatever you learned before, they will be the enriched, enhanced, and it'll take you to go into the nuances. What you earlier thought you've understood, you will discover that there are nuances. Yes, I know the answer, but when these questions are asked, somehow I cannot defend it, which means that thinking clarity is not coming. So this will help us to bring to light the clarity in expression and the thought process. Okay, good. 138. Suppose you retort, but you too assert that a valid cognizer for the common world is not a valid cognizer, then wouldn't what was cognized by it also become false? And therefore, in actuality, meditation on the emptiness of functional phenomena becomes untenable. Meaning that, let's say that then the common people, so oftentimes conventional phenomena or the conventional reality is also referred to as the deceptive reality, which means that except for emptiness, everything is a deceptive reality, which means the mind seeing emptiness should also be a deceptive reality. Mind seeing the reality, mind seeing the emptiness. Therefore, in actuality, meditation on the emptiness, the mind which sees emptiness of functional phenomena, also becomes untenable. It is deceptive. This is the opponents. Opponents, they are rejecting. They're rejecting or the opposing the Prasangika. Okay, so and then the okay, let's see. 139. Without having identified the object of negation, okay, in simple terms, everything exists deceptively, but not everything is deceptive or deception. Everything exists deceptively. What we learned earlier is everything exists conventionally, but not everything is conventional truth. Nothing exists ultimately, but it's not that nothing is ultimate. Emptiness is ultimate, but nothing exists ultimately. So therefore everything exists deceptively, but not everything is deceptive or everything is deception. Emptiness is not deception. Emptiness is not deceptive, but emptiness exists deceptively. Okay. This distinction, after learning, study, reflection, meditation, over time, this must make sense to us, that emptiness exists deceptively, but it's not deceptive. Emptiness is ultimate, but it does not exist ultimately. This must make sense to us. And if I'm to explain to you now, that's easy. But in terms of your experiential, in terms of experience, it will not be too convincing at this point. So we have to study more deeply, reflect more, and meditate more. Then these will make sense to us. Everything the same. Emptiness does not exist ultimately, because if the emptiness is such your ultimate analysis, emptiness will. We see that even emptiness cannot withstand this analysis. We will see the emptiness of the emptiness. You're getting it? This is how it is not. It does not exist ultimately, but it is ultimate, because ultimate analysis, when it goes to see the object, this is what is found. Ultimately, this is what is found by this ultimate analysis. So what is found by the ultimate analysis is the ultimate. You're getting it? What is found by the conventional analysis is the conventional. What is found by the ultimate analysis should be the ultimate. So what is found? Emptiness is found. So therefore emptiness is the ultimate. But it does not exist ultimately. How? Because when this emptiness ultimately, meaning when something is subjected to ultimate analysis, that should withstand that analysis. So the emptiness, when the emptiness is subject to ultimate analysis, you will find the emptiness of emptiness. Even the emptiness in the form of the object, it disappears, you find the emptiness of the emptiness. Okay, so it's simple, but experientially you will find it still something draggy. It's not so smoothly. There's awe, feeling of awe. When you get this feeling of awe, wow, the emptiness, it is ultimate, yet it does not exist ultimately. When this statement is made, then you feel a sense of awe. That's amazing from deep inside. Then that is the indication that you're getting somewhere into emptiness. You're getting somewhere. Okay. 139. Without having identified the object of negation, which is imputation, the absence of that object cannot be apprehended. So this stanza is cited so often in many of the texts on emptiness. And this has, we can interpret it in two ways. One, without having identified the object of negation. So keep in mind that all what you find in the brackets are the translator's annotation. You're getting it? Translator's annotation. Say the without having identified the object, which is instead of imputation, can be the another translation alternative would be without having identified the object of analysis. Without having identified the object of analysis rather than the object of negation, which is imputation, instead of that, without having identified the object of analysis, absence of that object cannot be apprehended. Okay, so for this, first let me give you the very common, the very standard interpretation. Standard interpretation is that to say the flower does not exist objectively, we have to first identify the object of negation well. We talk about the four essentials. What are the four essentials? Identify the object of negation. Identifying the essential of identifying or understanding. Essential of understanding. The first one is identifying. Second one is understanding. The essential of understanding the emptiness of the objects being one with its parts. Number 3, essential of understanding the emptiness of the objects being different from its parts. Number 4, okay, so I don't know, next life, what are you going to do? Next life, I have no problem. I have to repeat it every day so many times. It's not like I'm a student myself. I'm a student, yes, of course. So, okay, let's see, at least we have these on our fingertips. You're getting it? At least we must have these on the finger, until you have the Tibetan version on your fingertips. This is a choice. Either you have the English version or the Tibetan version. Whereas if you have other languages like German or whatever, then you can have these languages. Otherwise, one of these two. Or Hindi, if you have. Okay, essential of understanding the pervasion that anything which is empty of being one with or different from its parts entails the emptiness of objective existence of the object. Okay, of the four essentials, the first one, essential identifying the object of negation. You're getting it? So, to say that the flower, to say that I don't have, okay, how many you have how many you have kangpa in your pocket now? How many you have kangpa in your pocket now? Huh? Huh? You don't know. You don't know that it's not in your pocket. Huh? How many you? Huh? Okay. To say it exists or not exists, you have to first identify what is that. Kangpa means house. House. How can it be in your pocket? You're getting it? So kangpa, to say that kangpa is not in your pocket, you have to identify what a kangpa is. So likewise, to say objective existence does not exist, you have to identify what the objective existence is. Without identifying what the objective existence is, you cannot eradicate, you cannot reject, you cannot see the emptiness of objective existence. So it says, without having identified the object of negation, which is the objective existence, which is but imputation or the analysis of the object to be analyzed, absence of that object, absence of that objective existence cannot be apprehended. You get, this is this is a standard way of interpreting these two lines. Okay, now another way of interpreting this line you also see in some text is that same okay, let's say what's the color of Tibetan's tiger? It does not exist. No, this is not my question. My question is not whether or not it exists. My question is, what's the color of Tibetan's tiger? Is white tiger, or is it the standard Indian what striped tiger?
Geshe-la, to talk about the color of tiger first, it needs to be...
Okay, if the object does not exist, characteristics of that object
does not exist.
Make no sense. You're getting it? So, if the flower does not exist objectively, the characteristic of the flower, which is the emptiness of flower, also does not exist. If the flower does not exist objectively, emptiness of flower also will not exist objectively. Right? So, without having identified the object of negation, the negation is added by the translator, right? Without having identified the object, if this flower is seen to be empty, if the flower cannot be identified as objectively, then the emptiness of the flower also cannot be identified. The absence of that, meaning the emptiness of that flower, cannot be identified as objectively. This is another way of interpretation, and both are correct. Okay, let me say this again. Without having identified the object, which is the flower, without having identified the flower objectively, the absence of that, what is that? Emptiness of the flower cannot be apprehended objectively. This is the interpretation. Therefore, whatever is this false object, okay, now this needs the translation correction. Okay, translation correction. The next two lines. Therefore, whatever is a false object, second line, its lack of entity, then continue, is clearly indicated as falsity. Let me say this again. Therefore, whatever is a false object, next line, its lack of entity is clearly indicated as falsity. Therefore, whatever is a false object, its lack of entity is clearly indicated as falsity. Okay, here falsity means which does not exist truly. Which does not exist truly. This is the meaning of the falsity here. So how we're going to read it now. Therefore, whatever is a false object, so the object, the flower is a false object because it does not exist truly. So the flower, whatever is a false object such as a flower, is lack of entity, meaning is lack of true existence, which is the emptiness of the flower, is clearly indicated as falsity. What is falsity? Empty of true existence. Lack of true existence of the flower, emptiness of true existence of the flower is indicated to be empty of true existence. Which means the flower is empty of objective existence. Emptiness of the flower is also empty of objective existence. You getting it? Okay. In other words, nothing exists objectively, including emptiness. Okay, then number 140. This is a very beautiful example given by Bodhisattva Shantideva. Thus, upon the death of a child in a dream, the conceptual thought, he does not exist, is a hindrance of thinking of his existence. And yet, that the child does not exist is false. Okay, let's say in a dream, you see a child drowning and died. So first you saw the child, then next you saw that the child disappeared, child died. So now the next moment you will say, oh, the child died. That thought and earlier, the next moment after seeing the child died, do you say, oh, the child exists? Would you say that? You will not say that. So earlier you said, yes, the child exists. Now you're not saying this. Why you cannot say this? Because that the child exists, that statement is hampered now. Hampered or obstructed by having seen the child to have died. You're getting it? In other words, the same person cannot have the, oh yes, the child exists, the child doesn't exist, cannot happen. So earlier, yes, the child exists. And now you say the child doesn't exist. So saying that the child doesn't exist is what hampers you from seeing the child existent now. Okay, but which is true? Right? That child is also a dream child, it's not a real child. That child, as a child existing, a dream child as a child existing is false. And the dream absence of the child. Dream absence of a child is also not the real absence of a child. You're getting it? Absence of a child. Dream absence of a child is also not the real absence of a child. Even that is also false. Both are false. Likewise, say the flower is false, faulty. Flower doesn't exist, truly existent. And the emptiness also doesn't exist, truly existent. Both are false. Okay. And next, that part, this summary. So this, you can delete this part. Just this annotation, summary, delete it. It's not really the summary. It's more like, say, the rejecting is the diamond sliver. Diamond sliver, the reasoning of the four rejections. The rejections of the four modes of production. Production from the self, from another, from both, and causes production. Okay. Now, let's say the production from the self is already done. Now, the next is the causes production. Therefore, when analyzed in that way, nothing exists causelessly. In other words, nothing really exists causelessly. So we are in the process of rejecting the four modes of production. Four modes of production. First one, production of the self. That's the way the Samkhya presented. That is already rejected. Now, the causes of production accepted by the Charvakas. Say how the beings are round, how the thorns are pointed, and how the peacock's feather, they are so beautiful. Nobody created, they just came randomly. Therefore, when analyzed in that way, nothing exists causelessly. So these two lines reject the causes of production. Next, things do not exist in their conditions, whether individually or collectively. Say, the flower is nothing but made of millions of atoms. Millions of atoms. So exists in their condition. For example, the flower came into being, but depends on their causal conditions. So which causal conditions? The seed, the way Samkhya said, it came from the seed, then it's a self-production. And not from the seed, but collected from the other causes, then it's production from another. Okay, so if the flower didn't come from the seed, then where did it come from? It came from the water. Water, if you through microscope, if you check in the water, will you see the flower? You will not find that. So it's not coming from another also. This is another way of understanding the rejection production from another. It's very beautiful. Therefore, when analyzed in that way, nothing exists causelessly. Things do not exist in their conditions, whether individually or collectively. Individually and collectively. So this way of rejection is more like this summary, a synopsis of rejection from the production from another, rejection of production from another. And also both. 142. A thing does not emerge from something else, nor does it abide nor does it go. So with the ultimate analysis, say the flower, I think the flower, when you subject the flower to ultimate analysis, because the idea is, the debate, whole discussion is whether or not the flower exists objectively. If one accepts the flower to exist objectively, then the flower should be found through ultimate analysis. With the ultimate analysis, a thing such as a flower, with the ultimate analysis, we see that it does not emerge from something else. With the ultimate analysis, it does not emerge from something else. Something else meaning there should be something there like the atoms and so forth. From there the flowers come out. No, there's nothing really there. Because to say it emerges from something else, there should be two things. What emerges and from where it emerges, there should be two things. But there are no two things. What emerges is not really there with respect to the ultimate analysis. Does not abide, nor does it go. So anything viewed as truly existing by ignorance, how is it different from an illusion? So therefore, with ultimate analysis, we see that nothing really exists objectively. But things, do they appear or not? When you look at the flower, when you look at the prayer flags, when you look at the lights, do they appear to you or not? Yes, they do appear to us. They do appear to us. But they don't exist. But with the ultimate analysis, we see that nothing is findable objectively. So they don't exist from the object, but subjectively it appears. So therefore, it is a mere appearance. Because it's a mere appearance, it is like illusion. Illusion is something, we describe something as illusion when it's not really from the object, it's nothing there, but it does appear to us, we call that as illusion. So therefore, everything's like illusion. How is it different from an illusion? Okay. Okay, now we are almost there. We'll stop here now. Okay, so we will have one more session and done. Yes, over there.
I'm sorry, I just have, you mentioned two interpretations for the stanza 139 that you said was often cited. I got actually only one. The one saying that if you don't establish objective existence.
Okay, let me repeat it. 139. Please. Without having identified the object of negation, which is imputed, how the annotation is given here, this is one interpretation. This is very standard interpretation. Without having identified the object of negation, in other words, if you don't identify the object of negation, you will not see the emptiness of that object. Meaning, if you don't identify what the objective existence is, you cannot see the emptiness of the objective existence. Absence of that object. What is that object? Objective existence or true existence. Absence or the emptiness of true existence cannot be apprehended. If you don't know what exactly is objective existence, if you cannot identify what the objective existence is, then the absence of objective existence cannot be apprehended or cannot be realized. In other words, to realize emptiness, you have to identify the object of negation well. This is a very standard interpretation. Number two is without having identified object negation, keep that aside. This is the translator's annotation. Without having identified the object, let's say the flower, we will not apply this to the object of negation. We apply this to the object, the flower. If see the flower, if the flower doesn't exist, without having identified the object of analysis, if the flower as the object of analysis cannot be identified as objectively, then the absence of this flower, what is the absence of flower? Emptiness of this flower. If the flower cannot be identified with the flower as the object cannot be identified as objectively, emptiness of flower can also not be identified as objectively. This is the second interpretation. Yeah. And both are very standard. Yes.
Geshe-la, in addition to is this a comprehensive understanding? Is there a third option, or what is coming to my mind is that the appearance of objective existence is there.
Okay, let's say.
Where would that fit in the first option? It's fitting in both.
Say it again.
The the appearance of objective existence is there, objective existence is not there.
So which means all realities must be in these two stanzas?
That's what I'm asking. No. I'm asking that this stanza is interpreted in two ways.
Yes.
Are the two ways comprehensive, or is there a third way?
Okay.
Like, for example, appearance of objective existence. Where would I fit in these two?
The second.
Why not first, Geshe-la?
First one is the object of negation to be negated. Appearance of objective existence cannot be negated. It's a reality.
But
it does exist.
But to negate, I should have the appearance.
No, this is not the point. The point is that according to the first interpretation, without identifying the object of negation, what are you going to negate? What are you going to negate? If you don't identify that, you will not see the emptiness of that object of negation. This is fine.
Right.
So it does not fall into this category.
But appearance. My argument to fit it into the first one is that to be able to identify the object of negation, first I should have the appearance. Then only I can negate. Without the appearance.
If you want that, then you have to add one stanza more.
You
can add a stanza. Yeah.
No, I'm not adding. I'm just asking.
You can add.
I see.
You can add a stanza, and then I will add another stanza to identify the object of the appearance of the object of existence. You have to know what the appearance is. I'll add that. Then the Hajjala will add another word. You're getting. In other words, what I'm saying is that it's not necessary. Say the concept. Why I'm putting both interpretations is for a reason. Because in some very standard texts, only the first interpretation is given there. And some scholars, they reject it by saying that this is not the interpretation. Actual interpretation should be the second one. You're getting it? So therefore, to give you both the possibilities or both the options, and so that you will not end up in confusion later on. If you know both the interpretations, then you will be able to, so which means this person, why should we be too narrow in thinking that, this is wrong, this is correct. Both are correct, both are fine, what's wrong? Yeah, just for that purpose.
Geshe-la, I'm sorry, but also for verse 140, when I read the words, my mind is confused and I'm not able to get the meaning.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Let's read 140 once again. Thus, upon the death of a child in a dream, meaning you are dreaming of a death of a person, death of a child. Okay, let's say a child which is totally non-existent, and you dream of child A, person A, and then first part of the dream, the child is existent. Second part within the same dream, second half, the child dies. So you have the dream with two parts. Thus, upon the death of a child in dream, the conceptual thought he does not exist is a hindrance to thinking of his existence. In the second moment, now you cannot think of the existence of the child, because you have the thought of the death of the child. So this death of the child stops you from having the thought, not the earlier thought, having the thought that yes, the child exists. Within the same time, at the same time, the person cannot have these two opposite thinking. The child does exist, but the earlier moment you said the child exists. Now why you are not saying it now? Because now the opposite thought comes to me. Now the child is dead. So the child is dead. This thought stops you from having the thinking that the child is existent. But both are deceptive. You're getting it? That the child is existent. This was proved as wrong by the second mind. Even the second mind is also wrong. When you wake up, you realize that the child was not there. Child was non-existent of that child. The death of the child is also not there. Both are not true when you wake up. You get it? So conventionally, Conventionally, we see that. Conventionally, we say, okay, now I'm older. Earlier, when I was younger, you know, I'm like this. Now I'm older. Okay, now this is not happening. Or physically, I've become weaker. The strength is diminishing. So these things happen. But that I was young is also not real. That I'm become older now, I don't have the strength as much as I earlier used to have. That is also not real. But do they exist or not? They do exist, like a dream. Like a dream. They do exist. Good? Yes?
Geshe-la, because you want us to think and you did not give the answer on imputation.
Okay, so usually you have to know the policy. Yeah. Do you know my policy?
Yes.
What's the policy?
The question that you asked, you're not going to give the answer.
Yes.
So, for further analysis, I just wanted your thoughts on this, if I'm on the right track, for me to think about it. The first point I wrote was that phenomena, it doesn't mean that it only depends on a conceptual consciousness. Second point is that phenomena, it does not mean that phenomena can come into being only after it is designated by a person. And the third point that I've written is that it does not mean that the phenomena actually this is about conventional, no, I think these 2 points would suffice.
Good.
So, and also because we've, Prasangika says anyway that everything is conventionally existent. So it does not exist from the basis of the object was my third point. So these 3 points, are we on the right track?
Very good, yeah.
So the answer, so we'll think about it and come back to you.
Yes. Good.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, the last one.
And verse 141, lines 3 and 4. I
Yes.
just missed that. You said that's another reasoning for rejecting production from another.
No. So from what we started, if you could, we started from page 39, stanza.
Overall, I understood, Geshe-la, that this is causeless.
No, stanza 116. From there we started what is technically I've provided you how many reasonings? 5 reasonings. 5 reasonings were given. Reasonings to establish emptiness. 5 reasons were given. Okay. So the number 2, which I mentioned about the diamond sliver reasoning. That is the reasoning which we used, which Acharya Chandragirti used to establish the substances of phenomena. Very good. Okay. So there is the rejection of the 4 modes of production. So from 116, stanza 116 through to stanza 140 is the rejection of the production from the self. Then 141 is the rejection of production, causeless production. Then the next 2 lines, 141, third line 3, line 4, and then the 142 is the remaining part, rejection from other and both. Yeah. Okay, so the point is that what I'd like to share with you is not just for you, for me also, is finally after studying all these things, let us not forget this example where say you are entitled to deposit, say the deposit on the say 50 rupees or 100 rupees per day and not more, and if you don't deposit, it's also up to you, right? And then it has a tremendous benefit. Interest is huge. Okay, so somebody who deposits for the everyday like this for 50 years, what's going to be the amount? Huge or small or so? Huge amount. Okay, So if you miss depositing it one day, it's a loss or not loss? It's a great loss. So you're not entitled to deposit more. Or no, tomorrow I will deposit twice. Or day after tomorrow I will deposit 1 lakh. No. You're entitled to only deposit 100 rupees per day, not more. Less, up to you. That depends on you. So how precious it is to deposit the money daily. Very precious, very precious, very precious. You getting it? Okay. So now, after studying Acharya Chandrakirti's text about emptiness, we know the steps to meditate on steps of meditation emptiness. So this, we can't expect that, okay, today I did not do the meditation emptiness, okay, so this year I cannot do it, next year I will do it together, everything together. We cannot think like this. So, say the meditation emptiness must be, for example, say, some people, you know, having practiced meditation emptiness for the many lifetimes. So this life, just with the intro of the meditation on the emptiness of the mind, the person just get it instantly, get it, and you feel the effect. And whereas for others, the meditation emptiness of the mind, then they simply feel overwhelmingly scary and can have the consequences. You're getting it? So therefore, it's a matter of like building a castle, building a house, building a house, and say if you stack like 7 bricks or 5 bricks, that's fine. If you stack like 100 bricks, it will easily fall. So likewise, emptiness meditation like this every day to meditate emptiness is so precious. And even though some people who attended the Bodhicitta retreats, we do the emptiness meditation, Bodhicitta practice and so forth, that really makes me so happy. That many of them reported that after the Bodhicitta retreat, they have been doing this Vajra and the moon practice, emptiness and the Bodhicitta practice every day. And then the warning that I give is that at times it can become mechanical. Mechanical is also like having played the tape recorder, and then you may not really have any kind of feeling coming into being. You may feel that it's just a waste of time. This is not the case. When it becomes quite mechanical, then in a way it is telling you to now you are going through a different phase. What phase? Phase to reinsure you. Phase to identify, to inform you that now it is for you to reinforce the studies that you went through, reflections that you went through. Again, read the Acharya Chandrakirti's text more. Go through Bodhisattva Shantidevas chapter 9 once more. You're getting it? And then of course the 4 seals and these things more. You do it. Then you see that at one point which becomes so mechanical, again it becomes so vibrant. So that vibrancy is going to be very different from the vibrancy that you had as the initial experience. It's going to be different. Then again, once you reach to that level, the second, which you move from the first phase to the third phase. Second phase is like where your mind becomes so, the meditation becomes so the mechanical. Once you move to the third phase, you start having some experience. Then from the third to the fourth to the fifth, you will see that the experience is growing, deepening, and taking different shades of the experience. So for that matter, so how will this shift happens is only there's no shortcuts. It is only through doing this practice on a daily basis. And this practice, which we identified as the 5 steps, very easy 5 steps. What are they? The self, 6 elements, 2 questions, space like emptiness, illusion like emptiness. Very simple. You're getting it? And where, if you can, particularly if we meditate on the renunciation, 4 seals, very strong feeling of sense of urgency comes to us. Then the emptiness meditation, even this 5-step meditation is too simple for us, and you want to do even more intense. For that matter, detailed meditation on the emptiness, detailed version, which we used to do. I don't know, we did here. No, did you get it? Do we do this? Okay, so there may be after this, if we have another two sessions before we start the Pramana Vartika. So we'll first complete this part. So this part now is just few verses there, and then from the verse 150 is more reading. That's easy. Okay, so once that is done, then you remind me to do a more detailed meditation on emptiness, detailed meditation. Okay, so that if you do it, the more detailed one. So these 5 steps, this will only help us to simply more like to sustain this, the flow of the mind into emptiness. But the detailed meditation will bring about transformation in your mind. Okay, detailed meditation on emptiness. And that, what we're going to do is going to be a sample. It's not that this is the way. It's going to be a very rich sample. And on that basis, once you get it, then later on, if you really don't have the time, then you can do the 5 steps where you get time. Then you can do that, the detailed meditation. Then over time you'll feel the difference. You'll feel the difference, and even the experiences, the feelings associated with the meditation, they will start, changing and becoming more and more subtle, become more and more the profound. Okay, this is what is bound to happen. So the point is that at least if you can do the 5-point meditation on emptiness, that will be very helpful, very helpful. And of course, alongside the 4 seals, this will really help us, because that somehow the fact is that, okay, there could be exceptions meaning 1 out of 1 lakh people, or 1 out of 10,000 people. 1 out of 10,000 people, there could be one exception, 1 out of 10,000 people, where the sense of renunciation and so forth, they are so vibrant naturally from the past life experiences, but most of us this is not the case. And then the consequence is that when we are hit with tragedies, we cannot take it. It's so painful. And what kind of tragedies? It's not that, oh, it's happening there, it's happening in Iraq, it's happening in Syria. No, it can hit any of us anytime, in any place. So there, at that point, then if we have been meditating, reflecting on 4 seals on a daily basis, this experience of tragedy will not hit us hard to the extent of we feeling the shock. Okay, that is so precious. And then the wisdom of emptiness, this is the ultimate answer to all the fears of life. And to really cut samsara into pieces, this wisdom of emptiness is the only answer. No other meditation. Bodhicitta's very powerful meditation is to expand your mind more expansive. It's a beautiful practice. It's the most beautiful mind, bodhicitta. But it's not the most fearless mind. The most fearless mind is the wisdom of emptiness. Okay, so for that matter, these are things that we need to keep in mind. Some people they're wondering. Okay, here what we are doing is mostly, some people think that it's more intellectual. We don't really go into the practice. Once you study the deep study that we are doing here, another master's course. There, if we see that somebody does not know how to practice, then this is and then if you turn to somebody else for the practice, you look for another place for practice. This is more intellectual. If this is the thinking, which means that our approach to the study has been wrong. We do not really understand the even the intellectual understanding, we did not really get it. So the point is that once you get it, then you will feel that this is the most profound way of the meditation. This is how I should be doing it. It's now the point is the ingredients all ready, and you know how to cook. Now we have to cook it. We have to cook. This is the point. So it's a matter of practice, and if you don't do that, this is a great loss for all of us. Okay. One. And the bodhicitta part, I agree. Bodhicitta part, the method side of the practice, bodhicitta part, this is something, of course, we did that in the part, the part of the foundational topics, but then it's greatly a part of the Abhisama Alankara. And then, of course, we particularly having gone to such extent of study, we can also think of getting the Tinshigela. We can make that available. The NDC, Nalanda Diploma Course, Bodhicitta section, available to all the Master's Course participants. That you just listen to that, and then from there you will get is a detail. And even this Nalanda Diploma, I personally feel that Nalanda Diploma course is a great course for the reason that the same topics were being covered under the foundational topics. So there, how we did it here in Tibet House under foundational topics, the flow was not as rigorous as the flow that we had for the Nalanda Diploma course, because the audience is more like the fix, and they already have the proper understanding of the earlier topics, and the momentum is so great for the NDC, while the topics remain the same, foundational topics, and the NDC Nalanda Diploma course. So I feel that even those people in different places where I travel, and then doing these teachings, when I ask a little more complicated questions, good answers coming from the people, most of them were either doing Nalanda Master's course or Nalanda Diploma course. So that is the one that I really feel the benefit of these two courses. So for on the part of the method practice of the method side, bodhicitta, I would say instead of the foundational topics, if you can listen to the bodhicitta, the methods given for the NDC as a part of the NDC course, that would be very helpful. So it's a matter of the practice, and particularly having studied the Nalanda Master's course thus far, I could see that your mindset, that your mind is quite sharpened to the extent that you study. Now you listen to the bodhicitta practice, you will see you can see that it's quite obvious. You can understand them very easily. You can understand them very easily. Okay. So these are things. So these are things that we keep in mind. Practice. In other words, we have to practice alongside the studies. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yes, dedication.
Please turn to page 278 for the additional dedication prayers. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenri Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Ghangri Rawe Khorwe Shenkam Su Pendak Deva Malu Jungwene Chenri Zigwa Tenzin Gyatso Yi Shape Sete Bhartyu Tengyuru Chi. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samanta Bhadra too realize things as they are, also I dedicate all these merits in the best way that I may follow their perfect example. Jampel Pavo Jitar Khenpa Dhang Kuntu Zangpo Deyan Deshingte Deda Kungi De Lokcher Geva Didak Thamche Raptuno. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones thus gone of the 3 times, so that I might perform the noble bodhisattva's deeds. Dyusum Shekpe Gyalwa Thamcha Ki Noa Gangla Choktu Nakpa De Dhage Geve Sawa Dekyun Gyan Raptuno Vargi. May the supreme bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase forevermore. Jhang Jup Sem Chok Rin Poche Ma Khe Panam Khe Gyurchi Khe Panyam Pa Me Payang Gong Ne Gong Du Pel Varai Shok. As long as space remains, as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all beings without exception into that enlightened state. I dedicate the merit thus gathered towards the realization of the deeds and the prayers of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the three times, and to the upholding of the Dharma of teaching and realization. May I, in all lives, through the force of this merit, never separate from the four wheels of the Mahayana vehicle, and accomplish all the stages of the path, renunciation, bodhicitta, perfect view, and the two stages. With the wish to free all beings, I shall always go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha until I reach full enlightenment. Inspired by wisdom and compassion, today in the Buddha's presence, I generate the mind of full awakening for the benefit of all sentient beings. I go for refuge to the Triple Gem. I confess the negativities individually. I rejoice in the virtues of all the beings. I hold the precious Buddhahood in my heart. The path of the union of emptiness and compassion is lucidly explained by the protector of both the Dharma and the beings of the snowland. You are the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso. We supplicate you that your wishes are fulfilled spontaneously. Tongni Ningje Sungtu Jukpe Lam Checher Selse Ganchen Tendrogon Chana Pemo Tenzin Gyatso La Solwa Depso Shedun Londrupsho. Operations of evil thoughts and deeds of the negative forces of humans and non-humans who harbor malice through perverted prayers against the teachings of the Buddhas be totally vanquished through the power of the truth of the three jewels. Monlam Lokpe Gyalwa Tenpe La Kuwe Nachuk Sochuk Senme De Samjor Nenpe Jukpa Malupa Choksum Tenpe Set Yuruchi. In all my lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the stages and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Throughout my future lifetimes, may I always be guided by Arya Manjushri and be able to uphold the Dharma in general and the teachings on dependent origination in particular, even at the cost of my life. Thank you.